Hello! I'm assured I'm live. I'll believe it when Mike tells me. But in the meanwhile, I'm going to get into the chat. Or I would do if I was pressing the right buttons. That's a good start. I need to make the chat bigger so I can
You're
see
live.
it. Ah, excellent. Isn't it good when it works? Hello, Kim. Kim beat you, Jonathan. Just saying. Hello, Jonathan. Hello, Debbie. Hello, Neil. And, of course, BK. Who else have we got with us? I hope I don't miss anybody. Deb. I think we have a full complement of Debs. CQ Deb. Yoga to Restore. Hello.
That's Sarah.
Hello, Sarah. Liking the handle. Liking that. We indeed do have a full complement of Debs, which is always a good start to the night, isn't it? And who else have we got? John, hello. Oh, we need a hello, don't we? Hello. And I think I've got everybody. Excellent. Right, let's see if you can see my screen. Next step. And before we do that, I need to make sure I have actually pressed record. Wouldn't be the first time. Oh, I have. It's very weird tonight. I've got lots of stuff displaying that I wouldn't normally have displayed. There you go. But there is a reason for it. I'll be demonstrating certain things. So I have to have more than usual on display. But one of them does need to go. Tantalisingly. It's a beta, so I've got to hide it. Anyway, let's see if you can see my desktop. That is always a good start. Blue desktop on the way. Hello, Mark. Vancouver Island. Let us know what the weather's like. And Graham's in. Hello, Graham. Hope you're doing okay. Right, so...
Do they need to press play? Because Sarah can't hear anything. Oh, she's found the unmute button.
Ah, that happened the other night. Didn't it, Simon? Where Mike was actually giving him audible instructions, which was no use whatsoever. I said, "What? Why are you telling him? Because he can't hear you, Mike." Right, let's get this up. Oh, does it actually bear any relation to what's happening? I think it does. By some miracle. By some miracle. Yay! We're up. Right, can't see the chat now. So, I have a plan B for the chat. But YouTube's not telling me I'm live, which means I can't see it. That's not good.
You are live.
I know I'm live, but I've got an iPad here, so I can see myself. So I can see the chat on the iPad. You know, that was the plan. And I'm not seeing it, even though I'm logged in as me, if you're with me. Crying out loud. MacBites after hours. Let's see if I can find myself going live, which means I'd be able to see the chat. Right, live. Chat. Yes, but you can't zoom in. Well, not bad. He's asking me to subscribe to myself, though, so that's all a bit weird, isn't it? Anyway, let's get on with it.
You could get an extra subscriber.
I could get an extra subscriber, yeah. Do you know I had 87 subscribers this week?
Cool.
Well, that's cool, isn't it?
Yeah.
Right, busy night. We're starting off with an Ocean update. No, it's not that one. Spoiler alert. I was disappointed until I found something potentially in it. Then we're going to be looking at managing and installing and managing multiple monitors. Let me know in the chat, do you use multiple monitors? Are you interested in using multiple monitors? Let me know. We also have 2 freebies, which I will be demonstrating both of them. One is SVG Icons, and there's also some freebies about, which I'll show you as well. Then Mike's talking about slicers. Then I'm going to do a double header on DEVONthink. I'm going to be configuring DEVONthink to sync via pCloud, which I did on Marooned at MacBites headquarters. But if you're unaware, that's a radio show. So, didn't work well, unless you could just follow instructions. So, I'm going to demonstrate it tonight. Then we're going to get on to the build with me, which is our asset management system, which, incidentally, I started building for myself at the start of the DEVONthink series. More in hope than expectation, to be honest. And I thought, well, you know, it's a demonstration. You'll probably stick with what you've got. But
Neil's getting a new car today.
Oh, nice. Nice. You know what we feel about cars, though. If it's not a computer, we're not overly bothered, are we? As long as you can get from A to B. Which at the moment means going from A to A. So no need for a car whatsoever. But I do hope you enjoy it. Anyway, this asset management system thing. Oh, I've left the unboxing on. We haven't actually got an unboxing. Well, we have. We've got plenty of unboxings, but the camera's a little bit upset. But anyway, the asset management thing. I started building it, and I started building in the techniques that we'd done week by week. And at the end of it, I'm like, not going back to that asset management app. Going to carry on using DEVONthink. So in other words, it's incredibly good. Right, we broadcast in HD. If it all looks a bit fuzzy, make sure, cog, bottom right-hand corner, you have selected 720p. I was watching something this week, Mike, and it was going live, and I thought, yee, that's bad. It had converted me to 360. No wonder it looked like a pea soup fog. So make sure you've done that.
That's like an energy saver.
Yes,
mode,
it is.
It?
It is. I thought they can't possibly be broadcasting this like this. Anyway, no, they weren't. While you're down there, give us a thumbs up. It really helps with YouTube. So, what have we been up to this week? Oh, it's been a heck of a week, actually. Mind you, isn't every week a heck of a week here, irrespective of lockdown. Yes, we're still on lockdown, by the way. I managed to equal my record of the week before with a 7-show Saturday. We started off, because last Saturday was VJ Day. So we started off with our VE Day musical special. Then we had a Hidden Gems Music of the Musical special. Then we did Live Aid Revisited. Then we had a Glam Rock Hour, followed by a Neil Diamond special, followed by Marooned, followed by Request. So pretty much we were occupied from 12 noon till 1 o'clock in the morning. Brooklyn's by Request, of course. Most of you joined us. If you were with us for Marooned, you were there for at least the beginning of the show. It was animals. It was great, wasn't it? I think we lost count of the number of animals. I thought it'd be like tigers and The Lion Sleeps Tonight. But we had all sorts. Hippopotamuses, gnu's, you name it. In the middle of all that, as has become our tradition, there was a Tesco delivery. You'll remember the fiasco of last week. There was no salted caramel ice creams. Happy to report there were salted caramel ice creams this week. But there was a shortage. Lettuce. Yeah, not overly bothered with that. So as long as the salted caramel ice creams came, we're all right. Then on Sunday, I had high hopes. I even watched the first half with him. It didn't end well. So, too long didn't read version. Be gentle with Mike. He's got a face on him even now.
Neil.
And Neil. Well, yeah. Could have ended better, let's put it like that. Now, Monday, we had a very important engagement. We were in the studio. Oh, but it wasn't just in the studio. We also had another delivery because Mike was determined to get the lettuce. And he did. That arrived on Monday. So an emergency purchase, that was, an emergency order, which ended well for Lola, because Asda's where the venison sausages come from. So obviously by the time we got the lettuce in the basket, it was, and how do we get that to £40? Well, venison sausages was the answer for that. She's been stuffed ever since, actually, hasn't she, thinking about it? Then Tuesday. Oh, big day Tuesday. Big day. It was 2-show Tuesday. And something on there becomes part of the demonstration tonight. It was that. Which tradition has become, we blur out parts of the poster. Usually the title and enough of the poster to, let you have a think about what it could be. And that was the title. If you are wondering about the Stairway to Heaven and the mushrooms, I said it was a new Apple store. The Unexpected Resurrection was a whole different story we'll talk about later. But the Stairway to Heaven and the Mushrooms was a new Apple store that looked like a mushroom. It does look like a mushroom, doesn't it, Mike? It's all glass and wood, but it looks like a mushroom. That's the inside of it. I also said it resembled a 70s Swedish sauna. It's just very strange. But you know Apple. This is in Bangkok. So brand new opening. You'll notice they've all got masks on, but no gloves. Just saying. Obviously just staff in there at the moment. And absolutely beautiful. My concern, so if you've heard the show but not seen the picture, this is the picture that's coming up. My concern was that, which is a staircase, which is wide open, which I thought for ladies in dresses, not the best idea they've ever had. You can see daylight through there, which means you could probably see anything else as well. So I got quite annoyed with them over that. Would it have killed them to block it off? Just saying. Anyway, that took us through to Wednesday. I decided on Wednesday, a little bit of retail therapy.
Debbie says it looks like a tornado.
Yeah, it does. It does. It's just... It's not that it's particularly unpleasant. It's just very strange,
Johnny
isn't
says,
it?
how do you carry a 26 iMac up the stairs, 27-inch iMac up the stairs?
You're not going to do that very well at all, Jonathan. Not if you're me and you're holding your skirt as well. It's just a stupid, stupid design. So clearly I needed a little bit of retail therapy. I thought, I know what I'll do. I'll go to Amazon and I'll just have a quick look. Remember the grip for the new camera? Just have a quick look. Just in case you've completely missed the significant point there. That's the grip, not the camera. It's just the grip. Yeah, I was concerned as well. Mike, I've got one on my desk. Crying out loud, I could sell it and buy 3,000 more. £6,076. This grip I got, if you remember, for about 89, something like that, because it was reduced. I got £100 off it, so it was under £200 to start with. Clearly,
I guess if you clicked add to basket, then it would give you a proper price.
No, that's the price. Apparently, it's all done by algorithm. But Jonathan's quite right. Yeah. Jonathan's saying I could sell it and get a Mac Pro. That's not necessary. Or 2 iMacs. Not a bad idea.
It's
entirely.
temporarily out of stock, though.
Yes, I know. Which is probably just as well, in case somebody took that to be £60 and decided to buy one. Neil says he thinks the glass is too green to be transparent, but I can see daylight through it, Neil. It's a bit like... I'm not sure if the Eiffel Tower has one, but Blackpool Tower has one. It's like a sheet of glass that's reinforced and whatever. And it's at the very top of the tower. And the idea is that you can walk across it. But in your mind, you look at it and you think, I'm not standing on that. It's glass, it could break. So it's a mental thing. If I look at a staircase like that and it's not encased, I'm not going up there. It's simple as that. I don't care what colour the glass is. But if you actually look, there was about 4 other pictures on another website. Those were from Apple. But if you actually look at the various angles, you can see through it. You can actually see the plants on the other side of it. So it doesn't look grand to me. Let's put it like that. So I left it alone. You'll be pleased to know. I left it alone. I didn't buy it. Which took me to Thursday. You're going to love this one. Or as I call it, Groundhog Day. Guess what happened? Because it's Thursday. What would I be doing on a Thursday? I'd be trying to look at the presentation for tonight, wouldn't I? The file doesn't exist. Yes, I'm looking at you, Keynote. PowerPoint is looking more appealing by the second. The file was there. I can assure you, I could see it. I hadn't inadvertently closed the machine down without closing the file. I'd done nothing. I double-clicked the file to open it. So clearly it must have been there because I double-clicked it, you know. And it said the file didn't exist. When I actually managed to persuade it that it did what it did before. I opened it up and made a copy of it and started magically multiplying. I'm so disappointed with Apple. I can't tell you. If I take it out, if iCloud's the issue and I take it out of iCloud, then I lose all the benefits of having it available on the iPad. But the way it is at the moment, I mean, I did look at that. Normally, I would have had a heart attack. But for all of the me beating iCloud malarkey that's gone on in backups and stuff, I probably would have had a heart attack on the spot. You know, Thursday night is not the time to see your file for Friday night. It's not there. And you've been in and out of it all week, just putting bits in. You know, I work on it like a certain amount of time every day. But I laughed in the face of it. I thought, okay, if you've deleted it, don't worry. It backs up every 15 minutes. so I won't have lost that much. So I'm increasingly glad I took the time and did the backup, because that's still happening. But remember Sunday, when I said you had to be gentle with Mike? He's all a bit sad panda tonight, because that Europa League Cup final is actually on right now, and his team should have been there. But obviously I would say the team are back home watching it on TV, but apparently...
Apart from the captain.
Apart from the captain, who's just been arrested on holiday. I'm not joking, that's true. But this was what it was all about. So, you know, in true bullseye style, Mike, here's what you could have won. Sorry about that. And of course, it's Two Show Friday, so let's get on with it. Oh, indeed, Two Show Friday. We love Two Show Friday. And all of the other days. Right, let's start with an Ocean update. It's not that one. You know, the one I've been waiting for since forever. Not that one. But what it does bring is two actually quite useful things. You can have multiple Notion accounts. So you can have your own personal account, you might have a work account, you might have a free account for demos. This just makes it a little bit easier to switch between them, basically. I actually think that is actually an addition that's worthwhile. What's interesting is they've done it this week, and so have Trello. So it must be a thing. People must have been asking for that a lot. So they added that, and you know how we usually laugh in the face of bug fixes and improvements? Because I always say, you know, if they're not bothering you, then you don't care whether they're fixed or not. Well, there was one that was bothering me. All the carefully crafted templates I'd created, with images at the top, so a banner image at the top, or an icon, they were all missing. So every time I made a new one, it's like, where's the icon gone? And I would go into the template, and when you looked at the template, they were there, but they weren't rippling through. That bug lasted for over a week, and it meant that every new item I'd created based on a template had to be gone through and had the template reapplied when they fixed it. It's insane. But at least they fixed it. Make sure that you are up to date. The easiest way to do that is to close your entire browser down, open it up again. There is also, down in the bottom right-hand corner, you can see what version you're running. So make sure that it's dated this week, basically. Right. Divi have a summer sale on. We like Divi. There's a link there, Mike. Divi is still at Divi 4, but it is fabulous, and we use that on all our sites. There's usually a couple of sales a year. This is the summer sale, and there is 20% off. Now, we need to be aware that last year there was a Black Friday sale, and that had 25% off. But that was the biggest discount they've ever given. Now, whether Black Friday will have 25% off this year, I don't know. But this summer sale is 20% off. So Mike will put a link in there right now.
Mike's already done it.
Mike's so good, isn't he? He's a clever boy. Right, so second thing we're looking at is this, which is installing and managing multiple monitors. So did anybody actually answer my question? Do you use multiple monitors, or would you like to? Did we get any answers?
Yeah, a few people.
Oh, so are they using them?
Sarah would like to. Mm-hmm. And there was a discussion between several people about whether shutting the lid on the MacBook would overheat it if you connected it to a second monitor.
No, it shouldn't.
I think the consensus was no.
No, it shouldn't. Not if it's all set up right, it shouldn't. Right, let's go in and actually have a look at that then. Right, so that's there. I now need a couple of things, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to start off with, obviously there's the physicality side of this. So let's get that up so I can see exactly what I need to do. I'm going to show you how the Mac will handle this. Windows is a law unto itself, I'm afraid. I need to get Notion up in there so I can see the links that I need. But your first step is obviously physically attaching it. And how you will do that will depend on the monitor and the connections that you have. So if you give me 1 second so I can find the link, I will show you, Mike, you can put the link in. I think the link is in the notes. I will show you your first port of call with this, which is actually Apple, believe it or not, as long as it's a Mac. Right, there are 2 articles that are pertinent to this, so I'm opening them right now so I can share them with you. So this is the link, so Mike will put these in. This explains how to use your monitors. Right, so this just gives you some basic information, which I will completely take you through. But before you can even get onto that, you're not even going to, that monitor's not going to show you anything until you've done this, which is you need to identify the ports on your Mac. So we're assuming here that we're talking ports, that we're talking a Mac rather. So the newer your Mac, the more chance there is there will be Thunderbolt 3 on it. And it actually gives you, it shows you with the diagram what the port actually looks like. So there's no point just telling you what port it is. You know, you need to have the little diagram so you can see. You can also then check the actual model that you have, because this is going to determine which cable you need. Right, so it tells you if there's 2, they both support it. Then there's USB-C, which is on this one. Then there's Thunderbolt, so we're working backwards now. So these haven't been produced since 2017. But I still have Macs that use Thunderbolt. So even further back than that, there was the mini display port, which did look remarkably similar to that Thunderbolt port. Then there was a USB-A port. You've got HDMI, even in Ethernet. So these are all the ports basically that they're giving you here to check stuff on. And what you need to do is work out which one you've got, and that will then determine which cable you need. Now, cable wise, you can buy cables from Apple, but they're hideously expensive, aren't they? As we've discussed, £129 for a monitor cable from Apple. So the best thing you can do, I would suggest, most monitors these days at the monitor end, because what we're looking at here with Thunderbolts and ports like these, what we're looking at there is at the computer end. But at the monitor end, you will probably have either a VGA or a HDMI. Go for HDMI. And what I find is cheaper than all of the others and works really well. If I go up to Amazon and I look for a HDMI cable. Now, the thing to think about with HDMI cables is the HDMI is fine at the monitor end, but the HDMI will not directly connect to your Mac. It does not have a HDMI port, but you can see these cables relatively inexpensive. The next thing that you would need, so you would choose one of these cables. So see this one, it says buy it again. So I've clearly bought these before. These are probably the ones that I bought. Right. The next thing you would need is a HDMI dongle, but you would need to put in for what? So you've got HDMI dongle Mac. That's a good place to start. It's the first one that came up, and I do have one that looks like that, but it's not got any branding on it. The one I got was an Anker. Oh, you're all coming up for Anker. That's devious, isn't it? Does that have a HDMI on it? That one does. Nice price difference there. You do not need to spend this kind of money for a dongle. If we look at these, it will show you that there's loads of other ports on it, and this is where the price is coming from. All we actually need is the cable to the monitor and this HDMI thing. That's all we need. So the price from the others, the price is coming from the other ports that you have, which you don't particularly need. So let's take off Anker there and put in, let's try Thunderbolt. And I'm just looking for a dongle. Not one of these port things, something that looks more like this. So I definitely have a fistful of these. And what this will give you is, there's only the 2 ports on it, but one is for a VGA monitor and one is for a HDMI. So let's open that up. That there is your VGA, and that is your HDMI. Now, with the price of that one, you'd be paying a couple of pounds more than you would if you went for one that had just one of those ports on. But the reason I would tend to go for both is it's not going to do any harm for a couple of pounds. If you end up, the monitors I use now are 27-inch monitors. I have my main iMac in the middle. I have the two other monitors on the side. They are identical resolution-wise to the central iMac, or normally they are. Up to me buying these monitors, I always just attach them with VGA. With these monitors, the colour was shocking on VGA. When I changed the cable, they were absolutely perfect. Because I had this dongle that had the two ports on, I was able to do that. Now, you might think, well, I've got monitors with HDMI, I don't need the VGA, and that would save me a couple of pounds. It would, but I didn't do that. I thought to myself, if anything ever happens to these monitors and I need to order new ones, they're actually broken, I'd need to get them off the desk very quickly and put backup monitors on there. And they may be VGA only. So having that kind of dongle makes the most sense to me, but not the ones that are £50 and got every port known to mankind on, unless you have a laptop, in which case that could actually be a benefit for you. You may want to use the single port that you have and put as many different devices on it, but there's no point having £100 hanging off the back of an iMac where you're using one port on each. So I buy the one with two. That may change in the future. This part may change in the future. Depends what Apple do with it. At the moment, that's exactly what you would need. I have a drawer full of old ones that go right back to ports I couldn't even name in terms of dongles that I needed. So you will need a cable, you will need a dongle. The place to start with that is this identifying the ports and work out what ports you actually have. If you followed along with the Notion thing, you'll know that that kind of information was actually in my Notion stuff. The system admin equipment tracker that I made, which is very useful. So I don't have to go back here and go to source all the time. I can look up the device I'm trying to attach to something and I will have the correct information. Pro tip, when your iMac arrives, take a photograph of the back of it and put it in Notion. Otherwise, you've got to get behind the desk, under the desk, over the desk, just to see what you're doing. The second piece of information from Apple, they will then talk you through here, which is basically what I'm going to show you right now, which is the first thing to think about is with a Mac, you have three ways to use external screens. You could AirPlay to it, which I wouldn't recommend unless it was just entertainment, because the lag would be noticeable if you're actually trying to edit video or something. Your next option is whether you want to extend the desktop, i.e. give yourself more screen real estate, or whether you want to replicate what is on your monitor and have that displayed somewhere. So let's actually go and have a look how we actually do that. So in your system preferences, there is a display option, which I'm about to bring on right now. Just having a ponder. Right. I can't actually, if I touch that, all heck will break loose. Right. Normally, when you look at this is your displays settings in system preferences. Right. There are four groups. You start off with display. You have arrangement, color, and night shift. So let's have a look what's in display. By default, obviously, default for display, that one is active. The top one is active. At the moment, because I'm broadcasting to you, and there's no way you want to see all the pixels on my 4K iMac, because you'd need a magnifying glass to watch the thing. So at the moment, I have scaled it down to 1600 by 900. Now, I didn't do it this way, but you can see you could scale it by making scaled active, and then you would see what is underneath it. You would see larger text, default, and more space. What does that mean? Because it didn't used to say that. It used to actually have numbers. And when it had specific numbers, you could say, oh, I want it, 1600 by 900, or I want it 1280 by 720. None of those give you any indication of what you would actually be setting it to. But there is a trick with it. And the trick is, if you want to see the actual numbers. So let's say, and clients say this a lot to me, we need it 1280 by 720. And I say, no, you need it 1600 by 900 scale down is what you need. Because otherwise we won't see enough of the application to demonstrate it. But if you're making a video of, say, a slide presentation or a Zoom call, maybe you do want your screen set to 1280 by 720. Personally, a lot of other ways to do that. Don't go there. But you could do. But not with this kind of thing. Not with larger text. And you know, what do these actually mean? To me, they're just 5 different sizes, but I've no idea what size they actually are. If when you click the scaled option there, you hold the option key down, instead of seeing this stupid graphic thing, you will see a list of resolutions. That list of resolutions will look something like that. It will be numbers. Do you want it 1080p? Do you want it 720p? It will be precise. So that is holding the option key down and clicking scaled. I can't do that right now or my resolution will change and everything will break. But that's what you would do with it. Underneath that, you've got the actual brightness. So, and then you've got automatically adjust the brightness. I don't have automatically adjust the brightness on, and I have the brightness cranked completely high. You might be wondering why. I don't have lights on in the office ever. So my screen's what I'm focusing on, that's it. And I like it as bright as possible. You can also here, AirPlay, all of these options at the bottom, all of those are available in all of these, in each setting. Ah, Lola's outside, making herself heard by the sound of it. Right. Now, this that we're looking at here is for the main, it says built-in Retina display. So we're talking about the iMac. You can go to arrangement, and this is the most important thing. This is where you decide whether you want to mirror the display or whether you want to extend it. So the mirror display option is at the bottom. And what that means is your main computer screen, which is, in my case, that tiny one in the middle, it will just be exactly the same. So if we'd got, there's an X on there, you'd see an X on here, and you'd see an X on there. You would have 3 screens in front of you that looked identical. Time to use that is potentially where you're giving a presentation and you want to mirror the slides. Although, again, there are other ways to do that. But this has more use than just saying to you, you know, oh, one's on the left and one's on the right and one's in the middle. Much more use than that. As you click on these and hold, so I've clicked the mouse and I'm holding, puts a red border around the screen in question so you can work out which is which. Now, you might say to yourself, well, surely the left one's on the left and the right one's on the right. No, not necessarily. This one is my left one. It is putting a border around it. That one is my right one. It's putting a border around that. But sometimes when you install the monitors, it automatically puts the monitor in one place and physically it doesn't match. So imagine that I only had one monitor. Let's just forget that this one exists. Right, so you have your central monitor here and you have your extended monitor there. But physically, this second monitor is on the left. Well, the good news is all you actually need to do is click it and drag. I'm wondering what kind of havoc that will cause, but you know what? Let's just do it. There we go. So the screen flicks and it moves it around. So now my mouse, if I want to get to this screen, instead of moving it across to the left, I'm hitting a wall here. It's not going any further. But if I go across and keep going, then now my mouse is on that right-hand screen. It's incredibly disorienting. So my best advice is make sure that they are lined up properly, like that. So this one's the left, this one's the right, that one's the iMac in the middle. But this isn't just displaying it, it's allowing you to actually move them about. Right, next one, colour. your main iMac has an iMac profile, and it's unlikely you would need to change that. Where these other ones come in, you have other profiles, is for the secondary monitors. So you can see here, I actually have, there's one and there's another, which are for my external monitors. So I don't do much with that in here. And the iMac actually has night shift on. I have no idea what would happen if I did that. But let's try it, shall we? Hopefully that has changed colour for you. To me, it's just hideous. But it makes it... It's supposed to be easier on the eye if you're about to head to bed. But I work nights, so I just have it bright white all the time. But you can actually turn on night shift. You can also turn night shift on from your notification centre. And you can make it more or less warm depending on how you want it. So you could actually probably have it looking like a fire if you wanted. Now, that we've looked at so far is just the dialog box controlling your iMac. Because I have 2 extra monitors, I have 2 extra dialog boxes. Sub-dialog boxes of the displays. One for one for the other. Now, again, these aren't running the default for the display. The default for the display is 1080p. Mine is running at iMac Res, which is 2560 by 1440. So instead of running at 1080p, mine are actually running at iMac size. You'll notice in the list, although it says scaled and there's a list, none of them are selected. And that's because I've got apps controlling it, not the system. So the apps trump the system in this case. But you'll also notice here, this one, these external monitors could be rotated. I haven't rotated them, but they could be. If you wanted to rotate it, so you've got like a tall, thin monitor, you could do that as well. Then you've got the colour, and this one has its own colour profile, as does this one. So we switch between that. That's got its own colour profile. But you'll notice they only have 2 tabs. They have display, they have colour. Up here, you've got arrangement and you've got night shift. So the arrangement is only needed in one place, and it's in the Retina, it's in the built-in Retina display controller. And the night shift only applies to the main iMac screen. Now, technically speaking, when you plug your new shiny external monitor in, having got the right cable and stuff, you wouldn't have to make that many changes. But I would expect you to come into the display and check the resolution of everything. More importantly, the arrangement of the monitor. So get them in the right place. And then don't bother in here controlling the screen resolutions from within here. There are other better ways to do that. So let's come out of there. The 2 ways that I use, although there are a couple of other options, one's been mentioned in the chat from Setup. If I go in here and I show you the one that I actually use, it's called Resolutionator. There's another way to do it, which is the Parallels tools. But Resolutionator is the one that I use. Is she all right? We've got a whimpering, simpering dog. She might be hungry by now. She's been very picky with the food at the moment. Hmm?
She's just had a treat.
Oh, she's just had a treat. Really? Really? Right, Resolutionator is an application that will allow you to control your resolution independently of the system. So I've left it there because when I press enter, it will actually have its very own unique interface to it. So I'll press enter. So instead of a dialog box coming up and interacting with it in there, you don't. You have this thing here. So it knows it's on my iMac, and that's why it defaulted to my iMac. And you can see the resolution of my iMac. You use the arrow keys to move up and down, choose the monitor you want, and then use the right or left arrow keys to navigate in or out of the settings. So I have this iMac set to 1600 by 900. But there are others available. The one in blue, which is this one here, is the default for this monitor, this screen. Then there are other resolutions which are supported. And then there are what's called silly resolutions, which is the ones at the bottom, which I'm suspecting why they've got a kind of Joker icon next to them. That you could use them if you wanted, but they're probably not the wisest idea that you've ever had. So let's go in and have a look at the left-hand screen. And that one, I am using one of those silly resolutions. It's saying that the default, which isn't right, I don't think. The default's this one for that external monitor. But it's saying that the default is, no, we don't want that. The default's this one, which it definitely isn't, but never mind. So I'm using a silly resolution. And that silly resolution is I'm scaling it up, which without this software you wouldn't be able to do. I remember thinking with this software I'm going to try it, but I don't hold out much hope. Because what I actually wanted was 2 monitors the same resolution as my iMac, rather than having to go across to a screen that's actually smaller. And I tried this and it totally worked, which saved hundreds of pounds wasted on monitors, where I don't like spending a lot of money on monitors. So this allows me to have those permanently displayed at that resolution. I have Resolutionator running on startup, but once it's set, and I can then set it and forget it. I use Resolutionator once a week, literally just before I go live, to turn my iMac to 16:9. When I've finished, I will take my iMac back to 2560 by 1440. That is the only level of control I need. I don't need much more granular level of control than that. That is enough for me, and it's a lovely app. It's simple and it works. Plus the fact it's $3. Seriously, it's $3. Just buy it. Just give the guy some money. It is from the people at Mighty Tricks who make Moom and Desktop Curtain. So it was just like, it was something they built for themselves so they could test their software, and then decided maybe there was a market for it, and it's just $3. It's criminal. Right, that's one way. If you are looking for a little bit more control, there are other applications. So this is one of them. This is Switch Res X. Now, I've got a little bit of an issue with this. It's not taking my serial number at the moment, and I have absolutely no idea why. But luckily, I only installed it, so I'm still in trial mode. This was the one I used to use. It also finds your Macs, and it shows you all of the resolutions there. So in answer to that question, Neil, if that was aimed at me, there you go. You can see that, yeah, all of these are supported. So it's a lot. There's a lot more options on this one. So you can set that to whatever you need it to. Then you've got what you can do on the external monitors. Not quite as much, but enough that you could configure these in any way you want. Now, this one does have more options because it also has display sets, which means you could set the resolution for all 3 monitors and create like a configuration, a single configuration that configures all 3 monitors at the same time. You've obviously got options for mirroring, where you can mirror any one of the monitors onto any of the other monitors, so you can control the mirroring. Now that's it from the menu bar, but that actually, if we look inside the system preferences, it installs a system preference pane, which is this one. And when we click on that, it opens up its own panel. You can only get to that through the system preferences. And you've got your about, which is where it wants me to register, and I've tried desperately and it's not having it. It's also rather blurry. Oh, my eyes are getting even worse. And you've got all of the settings that you've got. So you've got something that runs in the background, which is called a daemon, to control it. And you can then open the switcher, within this case, Command F12. You've got what you want to happen after login. You've got all of these general settings. These are the display sets, so you can create consolidated 3-monitor or 2-monitor configurations and apply them in one go. There's also the ability in this one to say, if I open a specific application, I want the monitor to change automatically to a different resolution. So if for whatever the reason, what would I be doing? I don't particularly think that would work that well for me, but possibly if every time I recorded a video, I recorded at a specific resolution, then I could make it that the application is Camtasia or ScreenFlow, and when I activate that, then do this. For me, that still wouldn't work, because sometimes that would work when I'm recording, but it wouldn't work when I was editing. So I can't see me particularly using that. But if there is an application, maybe an old application or something that needs to run at a certain resolution, then that is perfect for that. You've then got the menus, so how they actually look. And as you can see, very detailed to give you the information that you want. And the contextual menus, what do you actually want to see on those menus? Then you've got the desktop items, so the resolutions, where do you want them? So your desktop items, they're saved per monitor. Do you want them maintained? What do you want to happen with the display of them? And then you've got the settings for each individual monitor. So there's my iMac one. It's got the information about it. It's got the current resolution, which is indeed 16:9, but you could change it. And you've even got custom resolutions in there. And then the other monitors have exactly the same information. So that one does give you a little bit extra. You'll notice at the bottom, though, of that iMac, it says System Integrity Protection is active, so it's impossible to save custom resolutions. You would need to go out and sort that out. But, you know, I very seldom would need anything as detailed as that, which is why I rely on the other one, which is Resolutionator. Silly name, but fantastic app. Armed with those, you are probably good to go. But I think you've put both links in for the external monitors from Apple. Yeah. This basically just talks you through exactly what I've just done. Only I've given you a couple of options in terms of applications, which make it far better than you could actually manage just with the display settings. I couldn't do my job if I didn't have Resolutionator. I could probably get away with the iMac, but I wouldn't get the monitors at the side. Neil's quite right. Neil says, I do find extended display support on macOS to be superior to Windows. It just works. The huge difference for me when it comes to changing resolutions between Mac and Windows is Windows will be like, oh, that's fine, and now I need to reboot. And you're like, but I just changed the resolution. No, I need to reboot. And of course, when you're out doing a presentation, there was once I went out to do a presentation. Let me get back into the presentation so you are not staring at nothing. That's the one I use, Resolutionator. But I went out to this presentation and the guy was trying to present, and he had his presentation on a pen drive. And he was trying to present on a Windows laptop, and it wouldn't show on the screen. It just would not work. No matter what we did with the cables, it wasn't having it. The guy in charge hadn't brought his Mac. Oh, he had. He'd brought his Mac. That was even funnier. He'd brought his Mac. But his Mac, he hadn't brought his dongle. So he couldn't actually plug the pen drive in and get the data off it. I'm stood there with an iPhone, but in my pocket, I had a dongle that enabled me to plug the USB pen drive into it, get the file off it, put it onto the iPhone, take it from the Files app into Keynote and present it from the phone. And he's just stood there like, wow, you saved the day with just a phone. Wouldn't have been able to do that without the dongle, but I did have the dongle. So it's $3. You know, just to play with it, it's got to be worth $3, doesn't it, Mike? I would push that app more than most that I ever talk about, because it's something that is so incredibly useful. Even now, if you think about it, a lot of people are using Zoom and they might want to change their resolution. Because they're only charging $3 for it, I want a lot of people to buy it so they realise that there is actually a demand for that, because it's so useful. The other one, can you get me the price for the other one? I forget the price for Switch Res X. It is a lifetime license, but I think it's over $20, isn't it? It's a bit of an investment. Resolutionator, not a bit of an investment. But I'm reliably informed there's another one in setup, so I shall leave Jonathan to explore
£13.06.
£13.06. I think it's supposed to be something like $12 then.
Unless you want a site license, and that's £209.95.
It's still a lot cheaper than that Sony camera grip.
I was just going to say that.
Yes. Right, so hopefully if you are looking at external monitors, that will help you.
$16, Paul says.
Right, $16. Right, we're getting on to object blurring in Affinity Designer. Why are we looking at object blurring in Affinity Designer? And that's because we've taken to premiering MacBites podcast episodes on MacBites FM. And at the moment with Marooned, we have a live chat room just before it premieres. So we tease with things like that. Now the thing is, yes, it's blurred, but not all of it is blurred. Obviously the cat, not blurred. The MacBites 128, not blurred. And then just before the premiere starts, we reveal the poster. And obviously I'm blurring specific bits of it, which is usually the title or something in the artwork that would give the title away. So this was the next one. This was 129. And that was new nagging notifications for you. So I thought, well, the alarm clock's not a problem, but we'll hide the text on that one. The next one was the bus. That didn't even say 1:30 because I'd taken the opportunity to put the 1:30 on the actual bus. Then there was this week's, which Kim did fabulously with. She got Stairway to Heaven, didn't she? And the fact she said the top looked like a penguin. What did Jonathan say that the red dots were? They looked like...
Can't remember.
No, I can't remember. But it was all revealed they were mushrooms. So it's that kind of... It's blurring, but it's very specific blurring to a certain level. So let's go in and have a look at it. Right. So we're going into Affinity Designer. And we'll use one of those posters. Oh, I'm glad that was useful, Kim. I've got half an eye on the chat. The trickiest thing's just going to be to get the right cabling, but don't pay their prices for cabling. It's criminal. Okay, we have it open. We don't particularly need assets, etc., but paw prints. That's right. You thought it was paw prints. We may do one with paw prints. Depends. Depends if Lola's got a particular role in mind for herself. Right, posters, show art, 131. There we go. So I always have a template. So actually how this starts is I go to new and I go to templates and then I go to MacBites and I have two templates. I have the MacBites show art and I have the MacBites after hours show art, one or the other. I would choose the MacBites one and I would click create. Now I think I've mentioned this briefly when we were looking at templates, but what I actually do with it, you think, oh, what are all these things here? These things. And that big MacBites logo that you see is literally just to improve the look of it in the dialog box. My first port of call is to click on that and actually delete it and delete the objects. And that gives me that. This one is 16:9. This one is a 1:1 ratio. This one is the Divi ratio of 795/500. This one is exactly the same, so it's a 1280 by 720, so a 16:9 ratio, but it's the blurred one. This one is a cover for our recording notes that comes out of Scrivener. Now these over here, all four of those, are printing resolutions. So I actually have a notes layer, which I need rearranging. As you can see, it's slightly off. But this is 6x4, 7x5, 8x6, 10x8. Very, very infrequently do I need more for printing. But if I do need one for printing, then I will put it in the size here, because none of the four on the right are the same as the others. The first thing I do is double click on the thumbnail icon and it takes me in to the first poster that I would create for whatever the show actually was, which is exactly the process that I went through with that. So I started up here and I knew what I wanted, which was a staircase. I wanted something with mushrooms, so I drew, comic mushrooms. I needed the artwork to be quite sparse because I had a lot of text to wrap around it. It's also, if you actually start looking at that from a design perspective now, it's very difficult because unexpected resurrection, 2 very long words. If they were more text but they were on 5 lines, then it would have lined up easier. So I put one on a tilt, so I'd got just the right amount of room, and that staircase is not in the centre of the poster. It couldn't be in the centre of the poster because the unexpected resurrection wouldn't have fitted on the other side without taking the size down. So these are all the things you need to think about. The thing at the back, so our background here, let's have a look at it. Let's open everything up and see what we've got. I toyed around with lots of different colours. There was a pink one. There was a really pink one. And there was a green one. I was quite tempted with the green one, but we decided in the end we would stick to the blue one. Oh, and there was a black and white one. No, we went for the blue one. So everything here is, as you would expect in Affinity Designer, vector-based. So there's one block of text and another block of text. Each of these, the actual artwork, is there a staircase. So staircase is the entire artwork. Underneath it, we have the 4 mushrooms grouped together, but each mushroom is also there separate. We've got the staircase itself, which, is without the penguin. The penguin's there, I call that angel bird. As you see, if I hide him, no, that's not really going to work, is it? That we're looking at there, so let's put that on it, is transparent. So if I put the bird behind it, as I did, but I didn't put a mask on the bird, then the wings were sticking out on one side. So I put a mask on the bird to mask him to the door. So it did look like he was inside another area. All his bits and pieces here, the wings and all of that, are all individual bits inside the bird. And I think that's it. So all I needed to do was work out which bits I wanted blurred. Oh, Jonathan, there's an idea for Christmas. You know how Apple did a coffee table book? I'd buy a MacBites show art cover book. Loving that. Mike, make a note of that. That could be Jonathan's Christmas present. Right, so normally when you think of blurring, you're thinking of blurring in terms of a photo app. No, I don't think we'd put it up at £600, £300, Jonathan. But there again, it might be an ultra limited edition. Maybe I should try selling one to Johnny I. Hasn't he gone quiet since he left Apple?
He has.
Yeah, not a peep. Not a peep. Right, so when you think of blurring normally, it's inside something like Affinity Photo. So let's just take a detour and go into Affinity Photo. And I will find a copy of the artwork. So let me go get some artwork. In fact, let's start with... Right, so here's Affinity Photo. And here's some artwork. Well, I'm hoping here's some artwork. Come on, what's going on? Artwork. I have weirdness happening. It's not copying it out. Come on. Interesting. Flashing up and then not letting me do that. Okay. We'll do it another way. There we go. Now, this is a pixel image. So everything, it's just a background with just pixels. That's it. So I'm going to duplicate that so we've got something that we can go back to. This one is locked. But this one, 2 ways to blur. When it's, well, there's lots of ways. Oh, no, there's 2 ways to blur with a slight variant. So one thing that you could actually do is blur it. So go to Filters and go to Blur. Gaussian blur is a good one to choose. And then you decide how much. So it would be enough so you couldn't see the text, you couldn't read it. Problem with that is it blurs all of it. Now, let's just apply that. That's the first problem. First problem being it applies to all of it. Second problem, what if I now decide that's not the level of blur I'm looking for? It's burnt in. So if I had done it on the background layer, I'd have no way other than an undo and to start completely again. I thought that just looked like a blurry mess, and it didn't even sort of give the impression it was a MacBites. So that way, that's pretty bad. All round, that is not good. So I'll undo that. The better way to blur in Affinity Photo is, instead of applying it directly with a blur filter, is to go to Layer and put a live adjustment layer. A live filter layer on it. And in there, you have exactly the same options as you do in the filters. So we'll choose the same one again. Difference this time, if I get it to there, say, and I think, oh, you can just about make the mushrooms out. And Mike comes in and says, I can read that. I can double click on the adjustment layer, the filter layer, and I can change this so I can make it as blurry as you like. Or not. So it remains editable after the fact. So let's say about there. Right. But you've still got the problem at that stage that you can't, there are bits that you might want to show that aren't now showing. Or you might want different levels of blur. If what you want is to this bit at the bottom, so down here, we'd like to be able to see that it's MacBites 131, one thing you could do is you could apply to the entire layer a mask. And on the mask, let's get the brush tool, we could do that, which is rub away the pixels on that layer, hide them, so we can see the pixels on the layer below. You'd need both layers, but you could do it that way. Issue you'd have with that is, let's say we want the mushrooms. We want them blurred, but just not that blurred. Well, I could do that and make them visible, but that's not actually helping, is it? What if instead of black on my colour, which I've got, what if instead of black I try a kind of grey? Oh, that's giving me like a half effect. So if I chose something darker, or even lighter. So if I chose something much lighter, it's affecting the blur less. The problem with it is that would take half the night. Let's be honest. That's just too fiddly. So the three things we've looked at in here is filter, blur, and then blur it, which gives you zero control, can't edit it later. Layer, new live filter layer, blur, can edit it later. And putting a mask on it, which means that you can rub away the blur in certain places. But in terms of getting a different level of blur in different places, that way madness lies. So that's what Affinity Photo can do. There is a whole better way to do it back in Affinity Designer, if what you want is what I wanted, which was this. So this is as clear as a bell, and it's still vector. The staircase, clear as a bell. Mushrooms, not quite so clear. So, how did we acquire that? How did we do that? So let's go back up to this one up here. Right, my first concern is obviously the text. So, I click on the first block of text, and down in the Layers panel, you have your masking and you have your adjustments, but you also have layer effects. So if you click on layer effects, you get this panel showing. And the very first thing that's in this panel, Gaussian blur. So you put a tick in it, and making sure you can see the text, you apply a blur level to it. But even if I take that right up, it's only applying to the individual element, the individual vector element. So I reckon at that point you can't really read it. So I would say that we're looking at a blur of 15 on there. Right, I then switch over to another object. I don't even have to close the layer effects, because the layer effects are active for the layer that you have selected. So I switch over to the next one, and I already know that 15 worked on the last one, so I'll put 15 in on there. Perfect. That left me with the angel, the bird, angel bird. So now I've got him selected. Try a different level of blur. Probably less than the text. Maybe not, maybe a little bit more. No, 10.6, that's fine. And the only other thing that I actually blurred on here was the mushrooms. So making sure I've got the mushrooms selected, then I can apply some kind of blur on there. So I'm waiting for it to catch up. I think they still look like mushrooms at the front. Not the back, but they do at the front because they're bigger. So I probably had it about there, about 16. And I've blurred all the elements that I actually needed to blur in that. Let's go and open a different one, 130. This one was slightly different. There was a little bit of extra work in this one. We do have the blurred one at the bottom. I know I need to make a change in there, and for the life of me can't remember what it is. With this one, I had to draw the bus. So my first job was to draw the bus. So I did the bus off the canvas, so the bus was a largish size. And everything then went on there like each individual bit. So it's all made up of individual elements, this. Like my wing mirrors and my wheels. Oh, and the axle. There's actually an axle under there. Right, so that was my bus. And then I added the bus to the posters. So this one probably didn't need that much. I mean, I think it was fairly obvious it was a bus. But I was blurring it really to hide the detail. Because I don't know if you were aware, if you listened to the show, and if you did, I don't know how much notice you were taking of the artwork. But we do love our drunk sheep. We do like that. And our goat. They are on quite a few of our posters. But up here, we actually talked about... what was the story, Mike? The pair guy. The company. Prepare. Yeah. One of the stories was about a company called Prepare. And Apple didn't like the fact that they'd used their logo. It didn't look anything like their logo. So I put the pears from the story up there. The other one was this one, which was to do with the Siri sketch. And that one's carrying a towel. So he looks like he's going swimming with a bathing cap on. So he was in there because of the Siri sketch. So there's always hidden little things in there. One thing I love about this, I don't know how well this will show on YouTube, but as I zoom... So the way that I built it, I did have the animals separate. I had the bus separate. Underneath the bus, there's like a circle.
Johnny never noticed the pears.
Jonathan, you never... I put all this work in and you never noticed the pears. The pears were critical. Do you not remember the squirrel that was holding the Spotify logo? There's going to be a MacBites quiz. This is going to happen before Christmas. And there will be small things like this that, you know, for the University Challenge episode, you're going to need to know, Jonathan. Why were the pears on the number 130 bus? Things like that. So I've got all of the elements here. I don't really need to blur anything but the bus. And what I decided with the bus was that the bus would be on his own separate layer. So although within the bus, we've got the window with the driver and they've got the grille at the front and the curve at the front, the number on the right-hand side, the window at the bottom. So they're all individual elements. There's the number on the front of the bus, which you can drill down into. You know, you've got right down to the black circles at the back. All right. You've got the windows at the top, and again, they're drilled down into. There's the top right window, top left window. Oh boy, is this organised for a file. Right, there's the stripe that comes across the front. There's the background, which has got in it the pears, and each of the pears is in a group of their own. Look, individual pieces of pear. They were all hand recoloured as well. So there's a lot of information in there, but at the level that you have the group that is the bus, you can apply a blur to it and that will blur everything that is in the group. So I think I took it out to about there. And I think, so let's say that's 25. Let's make him 25. I think I also blurred that because it looked odd if I didn't. So although I didn't consider it to be part of the bus, I did actually blur that too. And that was what we ended up with. Yeah, now that one, I don't normally blur the number, but on that one I didn't really have a choice. You're not clever enough to create the bus. You probably are, Kim. It's just shapes. It's more seeing it. So if you actually look across here, you'll see that the animals were added after, because at that stage, I was just going to leave it like that. I added these after, but that was where I made the bus. But if you think about it, I could do a tutorial on how to make the bus if you like. But literally, at the bottom, the wheels are just a rounded rectangle. And that's a rounded rectangle. The axle was... Did I blur? Yeah, I merged it together. But it was 2 blocks at either end and a block in the middle. The number plate, it's 2 rounded rectangles and some text. So, and these are just circles put together. So if you actually look at them, light on the left, there's black at the back, white on top. Simple as that. These were 2 rounded rectangles. In fact, they probably still look like that. There's a mirror on the right and a mirror on the left. But they started life as a rounded rectangle and a rectangle. That's it. So something like that, really simple. Let's do that to get the size of it. Obviously, we would want that. We would not want that colour. We would want that black. And then get a tiny little thing that's sticking out of the side. I mean, I'm not making this precise. Then grab the 2 together. And half my toolbar's missing. Crying out loud. This is one of the problems. There we go. That's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for the add. I'm having to use the drop down because the screen resolution is so small that some of the buttons are missing. But add them together and that's it. You've got another... Oh, where on earth are you? Well, I've actually put you in there, have I? Let's take you out. Put you outside the bus. So if we wanted another one of those higher up, all you would need to do is make sure that that is actually behind the bus instead of in front of the bus. And now he's got more wing mirrors. There you go. So the rest of it is literally just the same. It's actually seeing it in your mind as to what shapes would I need to put together to make something like that. And it's literally rounded rectangle, rectangle, rounded rectangle, rectangle, 3 rounded rectangles, rectangle, the black bit. That was a rectangle, rounded rectangle, and putting them together. It's not as tricky as you would think. But Jonathan, you missed the pairs. All this effort I go to for these posters, there will be questions asked, so you've been warned. You've been warned. But that is how you blur objects in Affinity Designer. Gives you a lot more control than Affinity Photo because that's what you're trying. What's going on here? Not Paul saying, I agree, I'm going to have to rewatch this again so I can pause and replay as I'm trying. It's not that difficult, honestly. It's not. It's just the time it takes. You know, it depends. In this circumstance, the show was recorded. Actually, no, that was the 2-show week, wasn't it? In that case, I have no idea how I managed to get that done because I had 2 MacBites episodes that week. 7 episodes of Marooned. I had the the Affinity Publisher newsletter and an After Hours. I've no idea how I found time to draw the bus. But I did. So there you go. It just makes it that it's a fun thing and we can make it that part of the image is blurred. Sometimes a poster is incredibly simple. So one of them, which I was like, oh, what am I going to put on this poster? What am I going to put on this poster? And then I thought, you know, I'm going to make it really simple. Show art, and it was the COVID cats, the COVID cat collective. What are you doing? I want the COVID cat collective, which was 128 by the look of it. And that one was really simple. All there was on that poster. So we'll go to the... No, not the blurry one. Oh, the blurry one's at the top. Why did I do that? I have no idea. All that's on that is the show number, which comes from in here. So obviously that's black, but I can make that whatever colour I want. So that just comes in like that, and then I make a decision, do I want it in the top? Which corner do I want it in, basically? Might make it a bit bigger, which I did on that one. Just put it in the right place. Once I've done that, there was just 2 blocks of text. There's one, there's the other, and the cat. So there was only 3 items on it. You don't have the patience, Jonathan. You just get frustrated. You want it instant. You can't imagine it in your mind, Kim. Right, but what we'll do is we'll do a draw with me. There you go. And I'll show you how you can envisage it in your mind. But some things like this one, incredibly simple. And then all I need to do with that, are you just the text? I believe you are. And then just blur that. So some are easier than others. I took the easy way out with that one. Maybe the edit was a nightmare with that one. It probably was. So that one was easier. But you can see the cat, you can see the number. You know what's coming. You're just thinking, what on earth could that title be? Look at the length of it. The first one I did this with, who can remember that? Shall I put Mike on the spot? First one I did it with, and I'm not even sure if it was in here. I think, yeah, it was 123. It was Jane's Space Race. And you'll see I actually blurred. The show art is there. But I'd added it at the top. I didn't put it at the bottom. But with that one, I wanted this to have a slight glow, but still be there. But make sure that the odds were you wouldn't guess the title. Despite the fact there is a Toblerone logo there. With a face in it. Or something walking with a hat on, depending on how you look at it. If you were with us earlier, you'll know what I'm talking about. But all I did with that, this is the text object, and it's a group of the text and the Toblerone. So there's the Toblerone logo, there's the text. So I put the blur on that. In fact, I blurred the entire group there, didn't I? There it is. So if I click on that, you can see it was 22.5 on that one. And that was the first time that I did it. The cat's so grumpy looking. You know what cats are like. Mind you, Lola's been a bit grumpy, hasn't she? Right, so object blurring in Affinity Designer. So I'm going to close that down without saving any of it, because we've already got blurred versions. There we go. And get on to the next bit. So, hope that was useful. That's an idea, that, from Jonathan. Right, freebies. First bit of a freebie is totally a freebie, which is Envato Market. We all love Envato, don't we? Are giving away birthday freebies. Every August, it's their birthday, and they always give away a collection of freebies. Many moons ago, it used to be like $500 worth in a bundle. It was amazing. What they've done this time is there's 8 items. So there's a couple of music tracks. So we've got the Fashion Summer Upbeat Dance and the Indie Fun Party. There is a shipping bar for WooCommerce, which is a plugin for WooCommerce. There is the HTML5 template and this animated GIF thing here. This kinetic opener, which I think is the motion graphic one, as is this one. Interesting thing I thought was the infographics. And I thought that would definitely be worth a look. So I'm going to show you the URL, which, you know, if you want to point your phone at the QR code, hopefully it's going to the right place. That's the URL at the bottom if you want to actually type it in, and Mike will put that in for you as well, won't you, Mike?
It's already in.
Oh, he's ahead of himself. Right, but I'm going to come out and actually show you that. So let me get a Finder window up. Right, that's my drive. That's not what we're looking for. What we're looking for... Oh, actually it is. I'm lying. It's that there, which is... This is what you actually get. So let's make that full screen. Right. You get this zip file. So you download the zip file. When you unzip it, you get this hideously named folder. You go into that, you get another zip file. So there's 2 items that are in there. One is the license. So if you are using any of this, like the music or something, in YouTube, you're going to need that license. That is what gives you the right to use it before YouTube pulls it on you. But there's also another zip file. When you unzip that zip file, you get that folder. And in there, you actually get the content of the document. So there's your PDF, which tells you, you know, thank you for buying, etc., and where to get all of the fonts. So the fonts used in this are absolutely free. There are links to them, but he can't include it in the bundle. And the photos that he's used in the previews, he can't use in the bundle, so he's given you the links for where to get those as well. Right, so that's that. Then there is the photo slides, which I think there's just a message on that. When it finally loaded up for me, this is where you go get the fonts from and the free images. Right, so I'm going to go into the Light folder, and in the Light folder you get a whole range of Keynote files. You can do a preview on them, but what they are is infographics. I wouldn't suggest that you use them as is. I would suggest that you would be looking for a particular type of infographic and copy and paste them out of here into your presentation. But all of these are available not only to use, but also to edit as required. So loads and loads of them. That is just one. That's just abstract. But there's also in there medical. So we could have a look at the medical one, as long as it's not too dangerous. But at the moment, I need to come out of Keynote because we need to see Keynote presenting a presentation, which it currently was. So let's open up medical in Keynote, thinking about it. But you know what a mood Keynote has been in with me. Come on. Do my favourite trick, which is, let's make this so we can see it. So if you were talking about left brain and right brain, there's half a slide for you. If you were making... Oh, it's actually labelled, which is quite handy, isn't it? Rather than just, yeah, it's a heart of some description. And you've got DNA, all kinds of stuff in here, all infographics to do with medical. Do you know who needs these? Pete. Pete needs these. These would be so cool, wouldn't they? Particularly right now. There's lots of people putting medical presentations together. And they are all as you had made them yourself. So within here, all of these can be selected. They can be coloured, recoloured, whatever's needed, as are all of these. So there is the individual element, which is surrounded by a circle. So if you wanted the circles to be a different colour, you could do just the circle. If you wanted the inside to be different, in fact, that's all in individual pieces, that. The top half and the bottom half are different there. So we could even have those... I don't think a liver comes in two pieces, does it? Maybe it does. Yeah, don't pretend you know anything about biology, woman. No, I had to give that up when I blew the lab up. That's not even joking, I did. In chemistry, I blew the lab up. But all of these, again, they can be coloured individually. They're all in individual little pieces for you to customise in any way, shape or form that you would like. So that one is 12 medical slides. Let's lose the medical slides. Yeah, just close it down. What else have we got? Which one should we pick? Oh, how about puzzles? We like puzzles, don't we? The liver comes in lobes. Maybe it is two pieces then. Maybe that's why they've drawn it separately. Right, puzzle. Puzzle. These are more probably standard infographics. I remember Jonathan playing around with an infographic that was a head. Do we all remember that? I certainly remember it. Right, let's make that wider again. So we've got the four puzzle pieces in a line. You've got hand taking it away, and again, all of this is editable right down to the piece. It doesn't colour the hand, it literally just colours the piece. You've got this one, you've got the light bulb one, you've got the head. Oh, Jonathan, you definitely needs one of these. And what else have we got? These are a little bit garish for me. I think there's too many parts. If that had fewer parts, it would look much better. Oh dear. But you get the idea. You get the idea. Some of these would be useful. If you were making like 5 bullet points, that's one way to do it. I love this style, but I like them to be much bigger so it fills the slide. But you get the idea. All of these totally free and all editable. Now, you do need an account to download the freebies, but the account is totally free. I do have a subscription to their bundled service, which is all of the training and all of Envato Elements. In fact, I get the training free because I subscribe to Envato Elements. But you don't need to actually pay to get hold of these. These are birthday treats available to anybody with an account. Oh, Jonathan, you did do an infographic with a head. Weren't you involved with that for some reason?
Me?
Yeah, it was a few months back. You did, Jonathan. I totally remember. Oh, dear. Right, let's get rid of that. Off you toddle. Right. So I just thought I would show you those as they were worth seeing. Sometimes I say, like, you know, where have you just disappeared? If you have crashed on me again. Keynote, if you have crashed on me. Have you crashed on me? No, you're just being awkward, aren't you? Never mind. Right. Definitely worth a look at. Let's put it like that. I mentioned freebies and don't always get a chance to show them. What's you sniggering at?
Johnny, I'm going to have to go and look for it now.
You definitely did. It was within the last 9 months, Jonathan, if that helps. Right, next one. We're going to go back into Affinity Designer any minute now. We're looking at icons. Not just any icons, though. Free SVG icons. So again, if you want to follow along while I'm actually doing this, they are from, I think they're called like Tabular Icons. But that's where it's from.
I'll stick the link in the
Stick
chat.
the link in now in case people want to have a dabble while I'm demonstrating it. Right, so I need to go to my browser. Where's my browser? Firefox, there we go. And I need to go to Tabular Icons. And get that on the screen at some point. Right, let's transfer it across. And this is what it looks like. So it's a website. And it's got 634 fully customizable free SVG icons. Now, you can in here, depending on what you want to do with this, will depend on how you actually work with it. But these are the icons. They are all listed underneath so you can see them. But what they look like depends on what you specify in here. So you can alter the size of them. And you actually see that happening there. They go up to 100. You can also alter the stroke. So you could have them really skinny, or you could have them really chunky. I think that was at 1.5, wasn't it? Then you can change the colour. You can either put a hex code in, or you can choose from the colours underneath. And when you choose from the colours underneath, the whole preview changes. So I went for the orange, being like the MacBites orange. But, you know, any of these colours that fit what you're doing. One of the things I thought was particularly pertinent was Notion. Because Notion, you can load up icons. And it looks quite nice if the icons within a certain set are the same colour. And this is a really easy way to be able to do that. But at the moment, what we're working with is just an individual icon. Right, the last thing you can do here is you can search for a particular icon, which will open up this search box. So if I wanted audio, it shows me TVs, headphones, headsets, device speakers, and then I can think, yep, they'd look good in MacBites orange. So there is a search option if you want to use a search option. So is there a gears one? Yep, there is a gear one for settings. So these are the kind of things I would love to have available in Notion. Right, this is what you do about that. Let's say we want, let's take the alarm clock for a start. All you need to do with this is actually click it. And when you click it, it says copied underneath. Now, what has it copied? Good question. So if I go into Sublime Text, right, and I paste, obviously this is a text editor. It's not going to paste a graphic in, it's a text editor. But SVG is a vector format that actually describes the item. So we can see it's an icon, we can see where it's from, we can see they've actually put a code in to say, okay, it's our icon and it's the alarm icon. And it's set to 100 pixels and 100 pixels. And then there's a stroke width of 1.5. There's the hex code for the orange. It's got no fill. The line cap is round. The stroke line join is round. And then it actually plots the points that it would need to generate that. So that is what SVG actually looks like. Inside the file, that's it. That is the SVG file. If I change this to a different colour in here and saved it, it'd be a different icon. Now, that's all very well. It's in a text editor. But how do you get it from a text editor into Affinity Designer? because to do any good with it, would be where it would need to be. I don't actually know how a lot of people would be using this, because, you know, if you just copy it and then you want to paste it somewhere, it's going to really depend on where you're going to paste it. But in here, we will make a new file. We'll just make it 1280 by 720. And I'm just going to paste. So what happens depends on where you paste it. If you paste that into an application that has no clue what SVG code is for, you'll see the text. If you paste it into an app like Affinity Designer that does know, then you will get the icon.
I've just found that.
More than that, oh, he's playing along, are you?
I pasted it into Excel.
And that understands SVG? No?
No.
No, it didn't.
No. It gave me the raw text.
That's Excel for you. Did you try Word?
No.
He never runs Word.
Does anybody run Word?
Only under sufferance. Right, not only do you get the icon, but in Affinity Designer, let's have a look over here. You get an editable version of the icon. You get each individual part of the icon. So, let's get rid of that. That means I could take that bit and I could change it. So at the moment, it's got that colour. Let's go in there and change it from grayscale. And we can just scooch around here and make that all kinds of different colours. It would probably be a wise idea to zoom in, wouldn't it? So any kind of colour that you can put in here, you can change that component part to. You could also treat it as an icon by grouping it together. And now it is my alarm icon, so I can put alarm. You can, so with it there, let's go and choose this bit and think, you know what, it's a bit thick, isn't it? So you could change the stroke from 6.3 and take that down.
Word doesn't like it either.
I wouldn't have thought so. Try
I'm going to try PowerPoint.
PowerPoint might like it, but I was actually going to say try Pages. So I'll have a laugh. Right, so I've got the other bits selected, and again I can take these up or down, whatever I wanted to. I actually think they all look better the way they were, but just for the fact that you can actually do it. And I go back to that one. Let's select them all and put that up a bit to about there. Right. The other thing that you can actually do, once you've got them all selected, recolour the whole lot together. So you've actually got them selected. So you're going to recolour it that way. Or select the actual icon you've created, the group, and you can scale that. So although they don't go above 100 points, this is vector and you can scale it to whatever you want. One thing to think about if you are going to do that with this is one of the settings. So I'm going to make that, I wonder, let's have a look.
No, Pages doesn't like it.
No, none of them are working there. Well, you saw before that that was a width of 6. It was 6 points, 6 point something points. One thing to think about with this is if you scale that down, what's that going to look like when it's actually scaled down? Now this time it doesn't actually look bad. It's scaling with it. But there's a reason that it's doing that. I've got a copy of that, which is why I've got 2 in the alarm thing here. Let me just group those and take it out. So I've got 2 copies of that. So this is our small one. And this is the big one.
Peter's made a good point in the chat.
What's that?
This is very important in FileMaker. It uses SVG for its button icons, and it's very handy to know how to deal with the text code to modify the default colour properties to make them work properly.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's good that it does, because it gives you so much flexibility and control. But a lot of people aren't aware. You know, think of SVG as being a visual format, and that there's code behind it. But you can edit this in 2 different ways. You can edit it in here, or you can edit in a text editor. One thing to think about in here, when you're doing it in here, is these individual bits down here. As I select them, and I scale that up or down, right, it looks okay. It doesn't look bad at all. But there's a setting involved here, which is this one up here, which is scale with object. And by default, it's off. And that potentially gives you an issue with it being off. If I take that off and say, so now it's not going to scale with the object, what does that look like? And the answer to that is not good. It now looks like Mickey Mouse with upset ears. So it's very important when you're working with art like this to think, if that were to scale up or down, would I want the elements to be proportional? And if you would, make sure that you put a tick in the box. And that way, when you scale it down, it still looks okay. Now, interestingly, by default in here, this one, which I'm putting there, the actual item itself doesn't have that turned on. You can see there, it's not turned on. So why is it working okay? But if you go into it, each individual piece of it actually has scale with object turn on. So just be aware of that. Right, so I said, let's make an icon set, which is going to be really simple, isn't it? We'll just keep going back to here and picking up an icon that we want and going back into there and pasting them in. So if you remember, these were all going to be 100, weren't they? Let's totally start again, because I've made lots of changes to that one. We'll go and we'll get that one again, which was this one. So copy and paste and go find some others. So we'll have that one, copy and paste. One thing to think about with this, which would be so cool, so cool, it's just text it's copying. It's the app that you're pasting it into that's interpreting it. So you could use your clipboard extender and go backwards and say, oh, paste me that one in again, without going back to have to recopy it. Seriously, that is so cool. What else have we got? Let's have some arrows. We'll have that one. Right, so I've got quite a few icons in there. But to make an icon set of them, to make it actually useful, you could do with doing a few things. So I'm actually going to do this for real, because over here now I've got an unholy mess in the layers panel. This one is a single curve, so that one's fine. But these, they are probably all over the place. There they are. So I'm just going to go through and group each individual icon, so all its constituent parts are locked together with all of its other constituent parts before we lose bits of icons when we start to move things around. Now, at this stage, what you've actually got, not bad, you've got the groups here. Take the time like I did with the bus. Future you will thank you. Arrows. I'm not being particularly descriptive with these, but that is prefs horizontal and prefs vertical, as long as there's something in there. Oh, am I alive? Should we say heartbeat? Vital statistics, I would have thought. Right, so we've got those. But in terms of making them an icon set, at the moment they're just on a canvas. That's it. Not doing any good there. On a canvas. To be used in Notion, Notion recommend icon sizes. I should have this as a quiz question. Do you know?
Do I know?
I don't think he understands a question, much less the answer. Crying out loud, Mike. They need to be 280. 280 is Notion's preference for icons. These are all 100. So one option would be to scale them. All of them. And the other is, do you know what? They're vector. Leave them alone. Right, but you do need somewhere to put each individual icon. So you're going to need an artboard. This file by default doesn't have an artboard. The artboard tool is there, and the default is, when you click it, insert artboard, will insert an artboard around the entire canvas. So we'll do that first, show you what that does. Changes the background colour and gives you a container, an artboard. Oh, Peter missed the Affinity Designer bit. That was the earlier Affinity Designer bit. That was when we were selectively object blurring. We are now back, but we are now making icon sets. So that's one main artboard. But for icons, it would make much more sense to draw out 100 by 100 artboard to put the thing on. So let's grab that and take it down to its own artboard. Perfect. So really, in essence, what you would need is a collection of artboards. You can do that by copying them. So I'm holding down the Option key and copying. So we'll make that like 30 pixels. That's one way of doing it, but obviously I've got the icon on it. So if I just take that off, Option key, drag, Option key, drag, and just keep dragging. How many icons we got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So we need another artboard. Now we've got 6 artboards. They're not lined up. That's going to drive my OCD absolutely insane. But you'll see they're really easy to line up. Having said that, that one's off fractionally. 30, that's right. And you can really see them lining up. And the beauty of this is, once you've done one, it makes it easier to do the other. Now you're wondering what other? No, we'll come on to the other. Right, before I do that, I'd probably name the artboards, because you're going to have to name them at some point. So that would be our prefs, horizontal, and so forth. So I won't waste time just renaming stuff, but you need to take time renaming stuff. You'd think we lived at Brands Hatch, wouldn't you? Are the pubs still shut? Honestly. Right, so that's my main artboard at the top. So I'm going to name that. But the ones I'm interested in are these icons here, right? I would actually probably call them icon and put a name. And that is when I get them out, I would want them to be, you know that they're an icon and know exactly what they are. So that one's an icon and that one's going to be the arrows. So you get the idea. Do that. Future you will thank you. I guess a quick way to do it is for me to just copy and paste it in. Heartbeat. What else have we got? Prefs, vertical. And I've got one more. What have I got? Oh, the camera. Camera shutter. Right, icons, camera. Which leaves that one needing the word icon at the beginning. And that'll do nicely. Right, I'm going to save this just in case it decides to crash and burn in the middle of the demo, which would not end well. And we don't really want it putting in there, do we? But you'll probably twang back, because you do that all the time. Except for now, when you're not. There we go. Right, icons. That'll do. And then all I need to do with this is drag these icons onto here. Why was that one right, but that one wasn't when I said make them 100? That one's bang on. And that one's bang on. Only I've not put them in the right ones, have I? You're the alarm. Right. You are the heartbeat, so I'll just put that in the middle. There's the arrows. There's the camera. And there we go. Right, there is a rationale for that. As I say, future you will thank you. Right, there's going to need to be another little extra piece that I would suggest that you put on the names here. Unless you're going to do a sequenced export. Right, at the moment, all of these are on individual artboards, which means they are chunks, they are pieces, it's a kit that you're going to export as a kit. This is how you do that. You go into the export persona and it shows you each individual artboard, which it calls slices. So in your export persona, you have layers, but you also have slices. I'm intending to do a session on the export persona, which is going to be the mother and father of all demos. We're going to keep this one fairly simple, but we want them out as individual little files. So we open one up and it actually says, right, I'm going to export this, and it's going to be a PNG. It's going to be 1x, which is the size it is. In other words, it's going to be 100 by 100. That's an issue because Notion likes them 280. So having one at, 100 by 100, yeah, we could do that. Or you could just type in what you want. So you could either leave it at 1x or just say, no, I want it 280 wide. But even if we were to do that, all of the others need that instruction adding to them because at the moment they're all 1x. And of course that's just time consuming. It's niggly, time consumingly niggly. But we've set the alarm one up correctly. We know that that is 280, but we know that all of the others are 1x. But with the alarm one selected, if you go to the little icons here and you click Copy Export Setup to Clipboard, and then you select all of the other artboards and you paste, so replace the export setup from the clipboard, you watch under PNG where it says 1x and it automatically changes all of them to 280. So it doesn't take any time at all. This is how I've created the most complex setups. The setup I've got exports something like 60 odd files from eight artboards, create 60 odd files and files them automatically in a folder structure. All done through the export persona. And once I'd set it up once here, I could just copy, paste, paste, paste. You can even do that between files. So if you always want all of your icons at 280, you can open file 1, copy, switch to file 2, paste, and it will paste the export settings from here into there. Right, so at that stage, we're good to go. We don't want the main artwork exported though, so just take a tick out of the box. And when you take that tick out, the 7 down at the bottom changes to 6. It will only export what is selected. And again, it's so flexible. You can just take the tick out of anything that's selected or put the tick in anything that's selected. Right, so I'm going to hit export. And I'm going to put these on the desktop. Whether it will agree with me or not is a different matter. Let's lose that for the moment. And there are all the icons. Fabulous. Right, what I'm going to do with that, this is probably the quickest way to get this done. Those are my icons. So I'm going to put them in a folder called Orange, because guess what? They're orange icons. Right, back in here, let's scoot that down a bit so we can see it happening. Back in here, I'm going to go back to the draw persona. And there's my artboards. Right. And I'm going to select all of these. And what I'd like is to change the colour. So we'll go for Notion. I have a Notion range in here. So we'll go for something radically different like green. Back to the export persona. Export the slices. Get them on the desktop. There is the green set. Grab them, copy them, put them in a folder, green. Then back into here, back into the draw persona, grab hold of them again, and change them to something else. So how about Notion red? Hang on, that isn't going to do that. That's because I need to select not the artboard, but the actual items within the artboard. So the groups I need to select. Once I've got them all selected, it doesn't look like I've got that one selected. There we go. And change them to Notion red. And then same process. So I don't actually necessarily need to have a collection of them. Now, what would make that even faster? This is something I've demonstrated a million times before, and you've probably totally forgotten. But as well as palettes, you also have global colours. So you could actually do this via a global colour. But that's a fairly quick way to make those icons. Right, one of the folders. Now, in here, I'm going to do the info. and you can see that the size of it is 280. So even though we were working on 100, we've exported at 280. It wouldn't matter. So let's take this export again and go into here. What if I wanted something like the size of podcast artwork, 1440 wide? Whoa, that's much bigger. Again, take that, copy, select all of the others you want to apply it to and apply it. And then export it. Couldn't be faster. I used to use Sketch. Sketch, I think I paid about $6.99 for Sketch in the App Store in about 2011. I think today it's something like £150 a year. It's now a subscription. But that was the first app that introduced me to the ability to selectively export and do magic on the export. Illustrator's got artboards and can do certain things like that, but I actually think Affinity Designer trumps the lot of them. I was very concerned about moving from Sketch to Affinity Designer because of my exports, but this is better. This is better than Sketch ever was. So these icons that we've got, humongous, 1440 square, all from the same free service. Remember that? No, I don't want you. Why are you up? Go away. Right. All from the same free service. So you can create artwork as big as you like. It's a shame they didn't have a bus, isn't it? They got a bus, transport. But they've not got a bus. No, they've not got a bus. Have they got a wheel or something? Oh, then they've got a wheel. Oh no. But you could use that as source material in other things. So if I needed a man on bike for one of my posters or a battery, this is a good starting point. Saves me fiddling with it. I might want like a large book in the background with some other stuff on top of it. You've even got the Apple logo. Although do be careful with that, as the Pear people found out. But there is loads of stuff in here to get you actually going with it. And if you think about these things, like the car and the caravan, these could also be used in Keynote, PowerPoint, etc. You might have to take them through Affinity Designer first, and if you're going to do that, let's say I wanted to take that caravan, it's not exactly particularly impressive, is it? But we'll take the caravan, and I'll go in here, put it on the artboard at the top, get it on that artboard. Right, let's lose all of these main artwork, come on. Right, so let's say I want this. That's not great either. Crying out loud. Let's make a group. Right, there we go. And I want that. Do you remember the thing we did in Keynote and PowerPoint where we had a car pulling that along? So that's about right. The trick in getting that into Keynote or PowerPoint and it being useful is not to do what we've done with the other icons. Exporting it huge won't actually help. If we take that down, now that actually hasn't, that's going to export the entire artwork, which might be what you want. It depends. If you want that in that position on your slide, export the main artwork and you'll have kind of a frame around it where the artwork is. But if you just want to export that little bit, then it's probably wise to put it on its own area. But for our demonstration, it isn't going to matter. Right, so we've got that. We want to export it. But when we get it into PowerPoint or Keynote, we want to be able to size it up and down. Don't make it a PNG. It's lossy. We go in here, put a tick in the box, and instead of it being a PNG, we would make it something that is scalable. So in terms, when I say something that's scalable, SVG is scalable, EPS is scalable, PDF is scalable, but it's going to depend on the app you're putting it into. Is it scalable per se? That's question one. And question two is, can the receiving app read the file? And we've already ascertained not much is reading SVG. So I'm going to make that PDF. Now, at the moment, we've been exporting all of these icons. And now I want to export that one. But everything's got a tick in the box and I don't need to re-export these. Ignore the button at the bottom if you want to export just one thing. And use the export button right next to it. And then you can put that, just that part on there. and you've now got a PDF that's totally scalable. So that was, I thought I'd demonstrate it, because it's all very well saying there's these icons, but it's like, well, what do you do with them and how do you work with them? So that's why I took the time to do the demo of how you would actually work with them. And I think they work pretty well. That's what my icon setup looks like. The difference for me when I'm making an icon set is I probably would have all of the different colours, and I would have them, I wouldn't do what I did, which was change the colour export, because I know I might want to go back and edit the icons. I would take these, and for my second set, I'm holding the Option key down and pulling it, make sure that's lining up, there it is, and I would then recolour these into a different colour and change the name. So what we'll see when I do my export session with you is how the naming conventions are incredibly important. But I really do work magic when it comes to export. So if we look at one of the files we looked at earlier, so Jane and the Toblerones. Oh no, Jane and the Toblerones didn't have all... yes, she did. Yes, she did. There is 5 things that I'm looking to export here. The blurred, the show art, the cover here, and the square one, and the one for the blog. So I have this whole setup going on in here. This is my entire artwork. Don't want that sending out. These 5 are the ones that I want sending out. And they've all now got ticks in, because I've just put ticks in them. But if I show you, like this one is the main 16 by 9 artwork. If I open this up, how many exports there are? Hundreds of them. There's 9. No. Yep, there's 9 per file. So all I actually need to do with that, when I actually come to export all of this, I hit to export the 5 slices, but I'm not going to get 5 files. File formats in all the different sizes. Away into a folder while it's at it. In fact, it has a whole folder structure going on. So that would be 1, 2, 3. So if I show you one of the newer ones, last demo of this, let's go and get 131. Right, I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So same 5 things, but in the export, I've refined it even further. So the 5 have got a tick work, all neatly filed away. So that's what will be included in the other one. Right, so I think we're done with that, aren't we? Do I need to save any of it? I'll save that one. Rest of them don't need saving. Okay, let's get rid of that. You ready, Mike?
In a second.
Right, I'm going to close this down.
Record.
I will go back into the Prezzo, because you're going to need that. Now you know how good they are. You're going to need the URL again, which is tablericons.com. And good luck with it. Great fun. Great fun. I just picked that orange, but you know, it's really good that you can put in your own colours. If you haven't got the hex at that point, it doesn't actually matter. One of the colours that's missing from there, if you think about it, it's black. It's brown and red and all kinds of stuff, but not black. So the ability to take it into Affinity Designer to change it means you can have it any colour. Or you could actually put the black colour in there, or even white in there, but obviously you wouldn't see white on white, would you? Just a thought.
Kim's put in the chat, phone call. There are actually people who know less about software than me.
And they're troubling you during a show. Criminal. Right, Mike is promising to thrill us with slicers.
I am ready, yes.
Right, well, I will get over to you then. Let's make sure they can see your desktop. Which are you? You're that one. Right. Oh, Mike, icons on the desktop.
Yeah, but it's my test machine.
Even so, there are limits.
Is that your OCD?
Yep, kicking in nicely. Where you go.
Right. Okay, slicers. I think we've covered slicers before. I'm pretty sure we have. But I don't think we went into any depth on them. So I'm going to do a quick recap of the basics and then show you some neat tips and tricks that you can do with slicers. So let's start with slicer basics. And what I've got here is my good old ice cream sales spreadsheet that I use on lots of demos. But you know, this could be any kind of data. And on my report sheet, I've got 3 pivot tables set up, 3 totally separate pivot tables. So I've got revenue by product, I've got percentage of revenue by product, and I've got number of orders by product. So those 3 pivot tables already been set up and are based on this data. Now, if you click in a pivot table and you go up to the Analyze tab, over on the left hand side of the ribbon, you've got the pivot table name. And initially, when a pivot table is created, it gives it a name. So it's called pivot table 1 or pivot table 2 or whatever. It just generates the name pivot table with a sequential number. I tend not to bother renaming the pivot tables, but for this demo I have done. And you can name them whatever you like. But I've got this naming convention where I start with PT, so I know it's a pivot table, and then this one's revenue by flavour or rev by flavour. This one's PT rev, percent rev, and this one is PT count orders. So I basically given the pivot tables meaningful names because I want to refer to those pivot tables, and it's a lot easier than pivot table 1, 2 and 3. You start trying to work out which one is which. Okay, so a slicer is to do with filtering, and before I show you a slicer, I'm going to show you what I want to be able to filter by state, and you can see that in the raw data we've got a state column here. So what I do is I click into this pivot table and I drag state into filters, and that gives me a filter, but it's only attached to that pivot table. What it doesn't do is it doesn't affect the other pivot tables. So if I wanted to be able to filter by state on the other pivot tables, I'd then have to add a filter onto each pivot table like that. That would mean then if we wanted to focus on California, I'd need to go through and I'd need to set each one of those filters to California. I guess doing it this way does give you the flexibility of being able to have a different state. Out a typical use of something like this, a report or a dashboard, 9 times out of 10 you want to be able to apply one filter to multiple pivot tables. And we're going to have to, at the moment, do this pivot table by pivot table. So we're doing 3 times the work, as it were. You can select multiple states. So if we wanted to look at the total revenue for California and New York, then we have an extra step where we have to enable select multiple items. That generates or displays the checkboxes, and then we can tick the ones we're interested in. But we'd have to do that on each pivot table. So let's do that. There we go. And the other problem is that it doesn't actually show us now which states we've selected. It just shows us the words multiple items. What I would do if in the real world is I would remove those 3 filters. Literally go to that pivot table and drag the filter away, go to that pivot table, drag the filter away, go to that pivot table, drag the filter away. But I want to leave the filters there just so that you can see how filters tie up with slicers, because to some degree they are one and the same. It's just slicers are a more modern way of filtering. So if you want to add a slicer, you add the slicer to a pivot table. Now we want to add one slicer and attach it to all 3 pivot tables, rather than having 3 slicers, which would be the equivalent of 3 filters. So I click into the first pivot table and I click on Analyze, Insert Slicer, and choose State. You can choose more than one. I'll do that as a second demo, but I'll just select State. So there is one slicer. And because we've got an active filter, it's also rippled that through to the slicer. But normally the slicer would have all of the buttons highlighted. So if I click on the button at the top here, the one with a little red cross to clear the filter, that clears the filter. It's also set that back to all. But that is my slicer, and you can drag the slicer and drop it anywhere you like. And then to use the slicer, it's a case of clicking on a button, and that will apply the filter. I just think it's much easier to use a slicer icon and then put a tick in a tiny little box. And if you want to select more than one item, you've got to enable that option first, because it's not enabled by default. Whereas with a slicer, if you want to select more than one item, you select the first item, hold the control key down and click the other item or items, and then when you let go of the control key, it applies the filter, and visually you can see which states you've selected. You don't have this multiple items that you do with the old-fashioned filter. And then to clear the filter, as I say, it's just a case of one click and it's done. But there's other benefits of a slicer as well. You can, for example, you can resize a slicer. You can have the slicer displaying the buttons in more than one column. So I'll go up to the slicer menu and change the number of columns to say 4. I can then make that slicer wider, and it doesn't have to be as tall as it was. You can change the colours by clicking on the styles and choosing from one of these built-in styles. You can create a new slicer, new style, or you can use one of the built-in styles. Also on here you can either right click on the slicer and you've got size and properties and slicer settings, but a lot of the functionality there is available from the ribbon. Now before I show you all of that, I want to attach that one slicer to the other pivot tables. So with the slicer selected, if I go up to report connections, you can see there's a tick in the revenue by flavour box, because that is the pivot table that was active at the time I created the slicer. But if I also want this slicer to work with the other two pivot tables, I just tick those boxes, which means you can have one slicer attached to multiple pivot tables. And when I click OK, now you can see the numbers in column B changing, the numbers in column E changing, and the numbers in column H changing. And it's also changing the filters. And if I hold the control key down and click 3 or 4 states, then it's showing me the total revenue, percentage of revenue, and number of orders for those 4 states combined. The only reason that I left the filters there on row 1 was so that you can see the relationship between the slicer and the filters. At the end of the day, it's just 2 ways to do the same thing. But I just prefer slicers. There's a lot more you can do with slicers. So other things we can do with slicers, we can change the size of the buttons, but you also do that by changing the size of the whole thing. You can also change the height of the buttons without changing the height of the actual slicer container. So changing the width does change the size of the slicer or the container, but changing the height of the buttons doesn't. Some people find that the default height of the buttons is just a bit too big and they want to make them smaller, and vice versa, some people want to make them bigger. So that's one thing you can do. Another thing you can do is over on the slicer settings, we can change the caption, which you can also do directly from the ribbon. So I could put something like select one or more states to filter on, and that just changes that there. Also, if I click the little arrow at the end, that brings up the position, layout, size and properties. So size we've looked at because you've got the options directly on the ribbon there. And what's going on in the chat? I need to update the styles to include your favourite flavours.
Kim suggested that there needed to be
salted caramel. Yes, I should do that, shouldn't I? I should do a 2020 version of this spreadsheet, because I've been using the same data since 2015.
Oh, there you go then.
It's about time. Yeah.
I hadn't tried salted caramel back then.
I bet salted caramel didn't exist.
You never know.
In 2015. Okay, disable resizing and moving. So in the position and layout section, disable resizing and moving. What that does is it stops you being able to resize the slicer and move the slicer. So again, if you've laid out the spreadsheet the way you want it, then if other people are using this as a kind of dashboard, then it stops them resizing and moving the slicer. Other things we can do, we've looked at the size. Let's look at one of the properties. Yeah, if you enable protection, sheet protection, so on the home tab, if I go to format, protect sheet, I want if I just click OK, we'll notice two things here. First of all, the slicer no longer works. All right, so if you enable sheet protection, which a lot of people do because they don't want people meddling with their layout, then that actually disables the slicer. So I will need to turn off sheet protection. I'll then need to go back to the slicer, click slicer, click the little arrowhead and take the tick out of locked. So the slicer is not locked. For that to have any effect, you then have to turn the protection on again, and now the slicer is active. But we have this error message that it can't edit the pivot table, which means I have to go back to the protection options and I have to tick a box that says allow people to use pivot tables. So there's two things there. We have to turn on the protection, the sheet protection, and enable people to use the pivot tables, but we also have to not have the slicer locked. So it means that people can't amend the blank cells in the spreadsheet or overwrite anything. That's the whole point of protection. But we can use the slicer. Okay, now questions that often come up is, can you have more than one slicer? And the answer is yes. So I'll go back to this first pivot table and I will need to turn the protection off to do this. So go back to the first pivot table, analyze, insert slicer. Let's add another slicer for source of orders. Place the slicer at an appropriate place in the spreadsheet. Resize it. change the color if you want, and then attach that slicer to the other two pivot tables. So what that means now is we can analyze our sales by state and also by source of order. So we might want to know how effective our website is, our online ordering system is. And we can then click on website and have a look at the data there. We might want to analyze it across all states, or we might want to analyze it for a particular state. Okay, so that is the first demo done, and that was really kind of the basics of slicers, but with a bit more, because I'm sure we didn't go into as much detail when I did slicers the first time round. Okay, so let's close that, and yeah, I'll save that. Okay, the next demo I'll do is one called year month, or file called year month. I've got one pivot table in here and two slicers, and those slicers are attached to that pivot table. So the idea is that if I wanted to look at the revenue and the quantity ordered for a particular year, I can click on that year and it updates column B and column C. And if I wanted to look at a particular month, so let's say sales of ice cream for August 2019, I click on 8, and that has amended the data. So you can have two slicers and then choose the year and the month. If you wanted to just choose a year but not choose a month, then you're looking at the whole of 2017. If you chose a month but not a year, then you're looking at August across all 3 years. What it doesn't do is break that down into 2017, 2018, 2019. But it's just adding up, basically adding up the sales of ice cream in August across those 3 years. Now, you're probably thinking, where is the data? I don't see the data itself, the underlying raw data. Is it in a hidden worksheet? No, because unhide is grayed out. The data is not stored in the worksheet part of this file. It's stored in the data model part of this file. We've covered the data model, I think, in previous after hours. The demo I'm about to do will actually work just as well with worksheet-based data. So in fact, all demos that I'm doing tonight, apart from one, will work whether the data is stored in the worksheet, like it was in the previous demo, or in the data model. Now, I've said in the past, because we have talked about the data model before, my recommendation is to store the data in the data model. In the first demo, data was stored in the worksheet, so I did that so that we could focus on slicer basics, and then we weren't kind of looking at data model versus worksheet for storage comparison. Because people will say, well, you know, what are the benefits of the data model? There are benefits of the data model. One is that it stores a lot more data, and the other is that you can use DAX, D-A-X, which is the Power Pivot formula language. But the first demo, just like this demo, would work equally as well if I was storing the data in the spreadsheet. The demo that I just did before, that would have worked just as well if the data had been stored in the data model. Anyway, enough of me talking on about the data model. If I click on the Power Pivot tab and I click on Manage, that will take me into the data model. How this data got into the data model doesn't really matter. There's various ways that you can get the data into the data model. You can't type directly into the data model. The data has to be stored somewhere else. It could be in this Excel file in the cells, it could be in another Excel file, it could be in a database, it could be in a text file. But I've got the data into the data model. And there are a couple of extra columns that I've created. So the year column and the month column did not exist in the underlying data. So I've done a couple of formulas, and they are DAX formulas. I've done a couple of formulas to calculate the year and calculate the month. Basically what it's doing is it's looking at the order date column and picking out the year, looking at the order date column and picking out the month. So what I need to do is just close that down. This slicer and this slicer, they are actually based on those two columns in the data model. But what I need to do is create one slicer that combines the year and the month. That's what I want to do. I don't want to have two slicers, one showing the year, one showing the month. I want to have one slicer that shows month and year. So I will delete these two slicers, and I'll also go back to Power Pivot and delete those two columns. And then I'm going to create one column that combines the year and the month. So the way I do it is I double click where it says add column, and I type in the formula equal, actually before I type in the formula I need the column name, which I'm going to call year month, and then I need to type in the formula. You okay if I go on a bit longer than I thought?
Yeah, of course.
Okay. Is Johnny still awake, by the way? Or has the scotch got to him?
He has had a bad week.
He has. Okay, so the formula is going to be equals format, order date, comma, YYYY. So that's going to give us the year from the order date, ampersand, dash, ampersand, format, order date, comma, MM. Okay, so there's our formula. It's actually quite similar to the Excel equals text function. So what it's doing is it's extracting the year from the order date, combining that with a dash, and combining that with the month from the order date. And if we just have a quick look through, you can see what it's done. It's given us the year from the order date combined with a dash, combined with the month. I want to sort on that column, so I'll just click the drop down arrow and I'll sort smallest to largest. So we're going from 2017 January through to 2017 February. Eventually, there we go, all the way through to 2019 December. So that is a calculated column. Once I've done that, I'll close down the Power Pivot window and insert a slicer and base the slicer on year month. And there is my slicer. Now, because there are 36 buttons, because there are 3 years and 12 months, so 36 buttons, it's quite long. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to make it wide and change it to 3 columns. So 3 columns of buttons, like that. And now by clicking on a button like 2018-02, it now changes the numbers in column B and column C to show me the revenue and the quantity ordered for February 2018. Click on 12/2018 and now it's filtered on December 2018. So what I've done is I've built one slicer that's based on one column which is in the data model. This is something that you couldn't do with the old filtering. Now, one of the problems that we've got with a slicer is when you look at the order of the buttons, it goes left to right. So January 17, February 17, March 17, then the next row April, May, June, etc. And certainly in my brain, if I was looking for a particular month and year, I would want to look down the columns. So I would really want to have 2017, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 2018 and 2019. Well, the only way I could think of doing that, because there isn't a way that you can do that, is to set the number of columns to 12. And it still does it across, so you can't have it with the 12 months going down, but at least by having the 12 months going across, it is more logical. So if I wanted to do 2019 May, I could just click on 2019-05 and it's easier to spot by doing it that way. Now let's save that. The data that this pivot table is based on, by the way, yes, it's stored in the data model, but where did that data come from originally? Well, it came from a text file called Sales 2017 to 2019. So what I did is I put that data, I uploaded the data from this text file into Power Pivot. And the way I did that was to click on Home, From Other Sources, and then Text File, and I chose the text file. But what I've now got is I've now got an updated file, because I've now got a file that includes the data for 2017, 18, 19 and the first 6 months of 2020. So what I will do there is go into the data model, click on existing connections, and then you can see here that the data source is a text file, and that's the name of the text file and that's its location. So I click on edit, okay, and then I click on browse and select the name of the file. And what it's now doing is it's now reloading that data into the data model. I then need to click refresh, and what it's now done is it's updated the data model. I know the table still says 2017 to 2019, and if I change to the name of the table, which I can do by doing a right click, that will mess up the pivot tables, because the pivot table is based on the table called 2017 to 2019. So when you bring data into the data model, it's best to give it a more generic name, something like just sales rather than sales and specific dates. But this data now includes 2017, 18, 19, 20. There you go, you can see the 2020 data has been brought in. So what does that mean for the slicer? Well, if I close down the data model window and go back to my spreadsheet, it's automatically updated the slicer. So all I had to do is bring the new data in and the slicer gets updated automatically. So we've now got the 2020 figures. Why there's a 2012, I don't know. I'm guessing somewhere I must have, when I was messing around, I must have included a record for December 2020, even though it hasn't yet happened. But this is just dummy data. Obviously, in the real world, that wouldn't be there. Of course, if your data was just in a CSV file called sales, for example, instead of having the dates as part of the file name, you wouldn't need to re-import the data into the data model. All you'd need to do is do a refresh on the pivot table itself. And by doing a refresh on the pivot table itself, that will then update the data model and update the slicer. Okay, so that is that demo done. And I've got another demo to take you through. Another 2 demos actually to take you through. So let's close that one down. Okay, the next one is something that quite a lot of people again ask me about. So I'm basing all these demos on questions that I get asked quite a lot. And this one is, how do you get the value of a slicer in a cell? So let's use this file here. How do I get the value of a slicer in a cell? And why would you want to do that? More to the point, well, I'll show you why in a second. If I selected chocolate, you can see that chocolate is the selected item. So you might be thinking, because it's visual, because it's visible, do we actually need to see in a cell somewhere that we've selected chocolate? Probably not, but there is a reason for me doing this. If I selected strawberry, again it updates these figures here because this slicer is attached to this pivot table, and it's updated the chart because the chart is attached to the pivot table. So you can see the chart updating, you can see the pivot table updating. But what I want to do is, as I said, I want to have the values stored in cells, and I want to do it because I want to automate the title. She been playing football? What?
Oh, she got a second wind.
Hello. We've got a furry visitor.
You in treat mode, or have you had enough?
She's probably in treat mode. Right, so if the data is stored in the data model, this is actually quite easy to do. Whereas if the data is stored in the spreadsheet, it can be done, but it needs a VBA. I don't see Johnny in the chat. I think Johnny's nodded. But like you say, he has had a busy week and a stressful week. Yeah, so there's another good reason for using the data model. And the thing about the data model is, you might think, you know, at the beginning, you might think, I've just got to create this pivot table and this chart and this slicer, and it doesn't really matter whether the data's in the data model or not. But, you know, 3 weeks down the line, when your boss or your customer, because we all know how Johnny loves his customers,
oh yes,
turns around and says, can you do this? You're thinking, I could have done that really easily if the data was in the data model, and because it's not, I've got to come up with some VBA. So as I said, that's my recommendation. When you've got a block of data, get it in the data model, because it just gives you more flexibility. But how do we do what we need to do? Well, I'm going to use a formula, and this formula is called the cube ranked member formula. So it's an Excel function, It's one of Excel's 450, however many there are, functions, and it's called the cube ranked member function. Now, the data that I'm going to generate could be stored anywhere, but I've just created a separate sheet for it. I've created a note sheet, and that way I don't have all the sort of intermediate step calculations in the dashboard. So I'm going to go to A1 in the note sheet, and I'm going to put equals cube ranked member. That's the name of the function. Open brackets. The cube ranked member function takes 3 parameters. The first parameter is the name of the connection. Now this is fixed. This is always, in double quotes, this workbook data model. And the nice thing is autocomplete fires up and gives you the option to save you typing it. So this workbook data model, comma. Now I've just realized I forgot to show you something, but I'll show you it now. I'll come out of this and I'll show you it now, because otherwise it won't make sense. When you go and click on a slicer and you go to the slicer menu and you go to the slicer settings, there is something here called the name to use in formulas. You cannot change that. It's the word slicer followed by an underscore followed by the source name. So because this slicer, when I created the slicer was based on the flavor column in the underlying data. The source name is flavor, and therefore the name to use in formulas is slicer underscore flavor. So let's go back to the formula. Equals cube ranked member, open brackets. This workbook data model, comma, slicer underscore flavor. Again, it's the name of the slicer, so autocomplete kicks in, comma, and then you need a number. Now the number, chicken started.
There's not many sessions that you can get good Excel stuff and chicken.
No. The number is giving us the position in the list, and I'll show you what I mean. Show you what I mean by typing in a number. What that's going to do, that's going to give me NA. If I just clear the filter, it should now give me, no, it's still giving me NA. Why is it giving me NA? Have I misspelt something? Cube ranked member, this workbook data model, slicer, I don't think slicer flavor needs to be in quotes. Yeah, that's better. Okay. When you put a number 1, what it's doing is it's saying, let's look at the slicer and pick the first selected item. First selected item. So if I click on peach and go back to there, it's picked up peach. If I select strawberry, it's picked up strawberry. If I click on vanilla, it's picked up vanilla. So what I'm doing, if I clear the filter, what it's doing is it's basically, by using a number 1 there, what it's doing is it's saying show the value of the first, because remember you can select more than one item from a slicer. But I'm going to keep it simple. It's saying show me the value of the first selected item, and if there is no filter applied, show the word all. So what I've got is I've got a value in a cell which is based on the selected item from that slicer. I can then go to the title in my chart, click in the formula bar, type an equals sign and select that cell there. And it's now using the contents of cell A1 for the title. So as we click on a button on the slicer, it's now using that text as the title. Okay, so that is how you can capture the content, that whichever slicer item you've selected, store that in a cell and do whatever you want to do with it. For example, I could edit this formula and I could put something like revenue for ampersand and then the result of the formula, and that's updated the title. Okay, last demo coming up. Let's close this down. Right. Unless you want me to go on longer?
No.
Okay. Right. Tables. You can attach slicers to tables. It's not just pivot tables. You can attach slicers to normal tables. Now when I say tables, this is a block of data, and when you look at it, it looks like a table, but it's also an Excel table, because when you click into that data and you look on the ribbon, you've got the table design menu. So that tells us that that is an Excel table. And we've discussed this endlessly. What is an Excel table? And it's basically a block of data that has been defined as a table by clicking Insert Table, and when you click into it you have the table design menu. But you might say, as I said, you might say, why would you have a slicer attached to a table? Because a table has filter buttons anyway. So if I wanted to see all the people who are leaving this company in October, I could just filter on October. But in this example, I've designed a dashboard, a very simple dashboard, and the data for this dashboard is in a table. So this is one instance where you are storing the data in the spreadsheet and not the data model. But I don't actually want to build pivot tables, certainly not at this stage. So it's okay to store the data in the spreadsheet. But I've built a dashboard, and what I want to be able to do is look at the total salary saving. So these are people who are leaving the company, they're being laid off. So I want to see the total salary saving for a particular location, the number of people leaving in a particular location, and the average age of the people in a particular location. Now I could switch to the data sheet, choose my location, and then go to the dashboard. But that's a lot of messing around, isn't it? Jumping from one sheet to another. Plus the fact that in the real world, people often hide the sheet with the raw data in it. So that's another step that you then have to unhide that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a slicer and stick it on the dashboard. To create the slicer, I need to click into the data and go to Table Design, Insert Slicer, choose Location, and again you can have more than one slicer if you want. Click on OK, cut and paste the slicer onto the dashboard. You can tidy it up a bit. Let's have the buttons in 2 columns. Let's change the colour. There we go. And for good measure, let's hide the sheet with the data on. So now, as I click the buttons, the numbers are updating. What it's actually doing, and just to prove to you what it's doing, I'll unhide the sheet with the data on. So if I choose Paris, it has applied a filter on Paris, and the formulas in this notes sheet have updated, and these text boxes are connected to these formulas here. So hopefully you can see how it all ties up. You're applying a filter, the filter is being applied to the data, and the formulas are connected to the data, and then they are updating the text boxes. Alright, so I'm going to stop there. What?
You carry on for 30 seconds because my Apple ID 2 factor's not letting me in.
Oh, right.
Which will mean that the demo won't be that great.
It might be more than 30 seconds then, knowing it.
Let's be confident.
Okay. Do we have any questions? Let's just look in the chat. Oh, actually, there is one thing I will mention. This is called stalling for time. Now, one thing to mention. If you have a look at these formulas here, I've used normal formulas in column C. So what I've done is I've said add up all the numbers in the column called salary in the table called TBL levers. And if I go back to the table is called TBL levers and the column is called salary. Okay, so that's just a normal sum formula. That is a count formula to count the number of records in that table, and that is an average formula to calculate the average age. So I'm sure you're familiar with those formulas, sum, count and average, but here in column B I've used different formulas. I've used the subtotal formula. Subtotal has two parameters. The first parameter is a number which represents what you are planning, what calculation you want to do. So 9 is sum, 3 is count, and 1 is average. And the reason I've used the subtotal formula, not the sum formula, is because when you apply a filter on a table, whether you do it the traditional way or whether you do it with a slicer, standard formulas do not take into account the filter, whereas the subtotal formula does. Okay, so yeah, Neil, there is a lot, and I put this in the blurb in the email, there is a lot more to slicers than meets the eye. Most people just use them at a very basic level just to create a visual filter on pivot tables, but you know, there's so much more that you can do with them. Ready?
Yeah.
Okay.
He let me in the end. God, gotta love it, haven't you? What with that and Madam deciding she needed to check the estate at this point.
Do we have a kickabout?
No, she was very good.
No, she had a kickabout with me.
She doesn't play with Mummy in that kind of way. Mummy gets aggravated, Daddy. Especially in the middle of a show, Lola. I think the heat's bothering her, let's put it like that. Okay, we are on to our DEVONthink Build With Me sessions. So the first one is asset management, an asset management system. But why? Well, I'm going to give you a little bit of history and then it'll make sense why. And at the end, there'll be a which one is she sticking with? So, digital asset management sounds fabulous. I'm sure we've all got visions of a perfect system to manage all our digital assets. Now, you might think of photographs, but for me, you think about how many slides I put together in a week. I think there's 200 and odd in after hours. I need access to not just photographs from this week. I need icons, I need artwork I've done before, everything I need for my digital designs. So I actually thought as part of this at the end, I'll kind of whip through a presentation and show you how quickly I would actually put that together. But basically, it's not just photos, it's everything. But despite all good intentions, and trust me, I've been there as well, the reality probably is not quite up to scratch. So I eventually found what I thought was the perfect application, which was PicSave. And it brings organisation to the files that you have. It not just photographs, any kind of files. So instead of random folders full of files, you create an entirely organised system within PicSave. I even did a couple of sessions on it. I ended up with PicSave after several others died very quickly. So they were out and all of a sudden they're just no longer supported. That's dead now. But that's what PicSave actually looked like. Doesn't that sidebar look a lot like DEVONthink? And that was when the idea came to me. Now, when I did the sessions on PicSave, there's a mobile version as well. So there's an iPad version. But, as we know, there's an iPad version of DEVONthink to go. And if you've got the in-app purchase Pro Pack, you will download on demand. So it's very bandwidth friendly. The thing with PicSave was, though, by comparison to alternatives at the time, there was no subscription required, and it wasn't even that expensive. $14.99, which was, I was prepared to pay $14.99. As you can see, it was the best app of 2015 with Apple. But even that doesn't mean that it gets updates regularly, and the problem is it didn't. But when you're thinking about digital asset management, you need to think about the supported file types. And if it's photos and assets, then you need to think about Creative Cloud and all, InDesign, Photoshop, but also Affinity Photo, Affinity Designer, obviously Affinity Publisher now, and other ones that you may find that people are sending you. So Pixelmator Pro, Sketch that we talked about earlier. Sketch is a nightmare. Not much will read the files. But there's also other applications as well. There's loads of different applications. So when you're thinking about your asset manager, what file formats are you going to want to put in it? And you need to make sure that they support the file types that you need. Now, you will notice there that all of those are to do with photos of some description. They are design things. But at the bottom, you can see there's also things like, could it read Word, PowerPoint, Excel? Could it read Pages, Numbers, Keynote, MindNode? We're trying to build here better than I had when I was with PicSave. But when I was with PicSave thinking, what are the alternatives to it? These are the kind of alternatives that I thought. Bridge, Lightroom, although the news on that's not good today. It's randomly deleting photos. Apple's Photos. There were alternatives. The one alternative I didn't think of was DEVONthink. But when I went back and had a look at it, I thought, this is interesting. In DEVONthink, we have tags, we have ratings, we have colours, colour coding. We even have much more than that. There are folders, there are groups, smart groups. You've got the tags, the ratings, you can import stuff, you can drag and drop stuff. You've got the sorter, it can handle screenshots, web captures. You can export from it, you can add watermarks to it. There are extensions. It started to sound very much like it could certainly make at least a good attempt at becoming an asset manager. Next thing I started thinking about, you need to have a structure when you're building your asset collection up. So at the top level, you may decide, I'm going to have my landscapes and then sunsets, and then within that, I'm going to break them down by country. You might think that's a good way to store them. But think first how you intend to use these assets. And if the answer to that is, well, I want all my UK pictures together so I can see them, then maybe that is a better storage solution. So UK, landscape, sunset, churches. Just depends. It's your choice of how you organise the content. I would say you obviously want it as simple as possible at the point of collection, but more importantly than that is that it's simple at the point of usage. So one of the things I'm going to show you today in DEVONthink is so useful, it's virtually unbelievable, in terms of it makes how you choose to store your files invisible to you. So let's actually go in and build it and have a look. Right, so coming out there. I already have DEVONthink open. This is actually, at the moment, that's my full system. Apart from the fact I've taken all the files out because we don't want a load of files coming up. But this asset management system, the asset management database that I have here, is actually my asset management database. I started it about 6 weeks ago as I was getting ready to do the DEVONthink thing. And I thought to myself, I'll try it. And then if it's good enough, I didn't think I would actually switch to it, to be honest with you. But if it's good enough, then I can use it as a demo. I can't live without it now. Honestly, it's unbelievable. So what you're looking at is my system with an inbox, my global inbox. There's my global inbox. And in there, I've got this screenshots folder, which I will show you how that's configured. That's a very special folder. And I have the inbox for the asset management system, which is here. I will show you my asset management system. It will make much more sense of the whole demo if I do. But we need to start from scratch because this is where you guys will be. So up to File and down to New Database. Put it in the Databases folder. But I'll make sure that it's a demo thing. You can see I've sorted my files out this week. So this is asset management, but it is the demo. Right, so that is where you will start. And that is what every database looks like. The only thing that you have in there is your inbox, which appears under the globals at the top. And you will have those smart collections here, which is, it will show you all of your images, all of your PDF documents, and any duplicates that you may have. Before you start going any further, you're going to need to be thinking about the structure that you want. Now, anybody got any suggestions for how they would like to structure their assets? Do you want to separate photos from everything else? Or is there some other kind of rationale with it? Let me know. Why am I not seeing what I'm actually clicking on here? That's better. Right. Deborah's saying, interestingly, she's just started using a catalogue app called Neo Finder. Just a cataloguer, but been going for many years and well supported, but a bit ugly. I'm obsessed if the app's not pretty. What's the other one? Calibre for ebooks. I'm in and I'm out. It's so horrible. It's awful. Anyway, well, let's see what you make of this. If you've got the app, you might want to try it for it. Would I buy the app for it? There's a few outstanding issues, which I'll talk about at the end, but it is very, very good. But if you've already got it, it's a no-brainer. But when you're thinking, so Deb's saying by locality, if that works for you, brilliant. I must admit, I started building it up and I started thinking, well, what kind of groups would I want? And I thought, well, it would make sense, wouldn't it, to have a group for all my MacBites stuff. And what else would I actually have? And I started thinking about, well, I would have design assets would be good. But then I thought, well, where exactly would they go? And I thought, well, hang on, there's branding stuff, personal branding. So let's put either branding or personal branding in it. And I started building it up like this. So these folders started appearing. And this is when I get a little bit nervous. It starts to, like your all images, all PDFs, etc. are now mingling with the groups. And it starts to look messy. And I don't like that. But we'll press on, I would also have show art, MacBites show art. I would have MacBites after hours posters. So MacBites after hour posters. And this was what I was doing. I was literally thinking, I've got this and I've got this and I've got this. And that started to look messy. So I must admit, I went back to the drawing board and I thought, I wonder if I could para this. Now, this might not work for you, particularly not if it's asset management. I don't know if long-term it's going to work for me. What I do know, as Paul's saying, he likes the para system. What I do know is, because I've got that deployed globally, I instantly understand if something's in an archive or if it's active, I would know exactly where it was. So I actually, in mine, let's close the demo one. Open up the real one. I actually did that I have a sub inbox. This is not the inbox that's at the top. This is a sub inbox for me. Then I have smart folders, and those smart folders are all the images, all the PDFs and the duplicates. And the rest of it is para, which is projects, areas, resources and archive. The reason that I wasn't sure if it was going to actually work is if we look in projects, I've got MacBites 132. Isn't it a shame Jonathan's asleep? MacBites 132, just saying. But before you get giddy, Jonathan, you can see the folder's empty. Such a tease. But we have the show that we're in right now, After Hours 90, and I've got a couple of other things up here. They are active. So because they're active, I would look for them in projects. But MacBites is also an area. It's an area because an area is an ongoing series of things that you need to maintain a level in. So there should be a MacBite. Shall we actually say the words, Mike? Every week. Jonathan's spilling his morning brew, you know. She actually said the words every week. And there's an After Hours every week. And at the moment, there's 7 Maroons every week. And now it's past midnight, all my notifications coming on. So MacBites needs to be in areas as well. Kim's got para, Kiva and genealogy. That'll do fine. That's all you need in life, I think. So I did put MacBites in areas. And in there, I put After Hours, the After Hours posters and the chapter markers and things like that. These are things that don't belong to a particular project. They are MacBites generic. Why are they not in resources? Well, there's a thought. Resources I've kept to things like personal branding and icons, but there's a possibility some of these do belong in resources. But the thing is, that would give me MacBite stuff in projects, areas and resources and archives. So at the moment, I've left it there. Right? But I'm not saying with this, I intend to stick to it. Right? I just went the para way. So because I did, that's what I'll do with the demo. And then it will make much more sense when I actually go through mine. So how I did that was to take these items, which are the smart groups, and I grouped the items together and I put them in as smart groups. And I put the __, which I think is what I did, right, pushed it right to the top, only I've called it folders when it's groups, but you know me, I've got a blind spot with this, the folders. Right, so smart groups at the top, and then I've got the other stuff underneath. But if you think about, you know, we would have, for example, let's really go for it with Jonathan. MacBites 132. And you know, if we really, because I did actually announce MacBites 133 the other day, didn't I?
You did.
I didn't mean MacBites 133, I meant 131. But I lost all semblance. So, you know, I would have separate things for these, and we've also got, at some point, what were we calling it? Mastering the export persona in Affinity Designer. Right, so these are the, you know, I would want the items I add to this to be grouped in there, but that starts to look very messy to me. You could keep adding folders. You don't have to have this preview at the bottom where there's nothing in it. Don't forget you've got all these different views. I could actually have that as folders if I wanted. So really it's a case of thinking like, what do you actually, you know, how would you actually interact with that? How would you use it? How would you find the assets that you want to find? So for me, I went and I built the para system and then put the stuff in the right place. So this is probably a good reminder of that. So it's 4 folders. You need projects, you need areas, you need resources. So new group, and I'm putting the numbers in so they stay in the right order. But 3 is resources and 4 is the archive. And everything else hangs off those. And the first time I looked at it, I thought, you're insane. There's no way. And then all of a sudden one day it clicked. And it was like, where have you been all my life? So the assets that I have for branding would be a resource. MacBites, as in all of MacBites, would be an area. Put that in 2. Mastering the export persona. That's a bit tricky. So let's look at this one. MacBites show art. Let's call that MacBites show art. Right. There is no categoric yes or no. You're in the right place. It just depends on how your mind works. So, for instance, let's look at MacBites 132. That's the next show. Is it active? Yes. So it's a project then. It's an active project that's on your agenda. Yes. So put it in projects. Is 133 an active project? No, not yet. But it will be. So that rules out... oh, have I got 2 resources? Crying out loud, I meant archive. Archive. That's better. All right. So I can rule out archive with that one because it's an upcoming thing. Is it reference? No, it's not. So that rules out resources. So there's only one of 2 places it could go. It's either an active project or it needs to be in an area. Well, we've ruled out that it's an active project, so that means it's in an area. And I would put it inside the MacBites area. Right, MacBites after hour posters. Now, this is where it got tricky in my mind. These are not ever really active, so they're never going to be in a project. Oh, actually, they might be. If I were to make posters for 4 months, which, you know, given lockdown, we can do that. Before it was like, do you know what we're doing on Friday? No, I've no idea. Well, do we need to move after hours? Not sure. But now, we're not moving out the house. So I could do 4 months, in which case it would become a project. It would be, you know, make the after hours posters and then put them in here. But this isn't a to-do system. The posters would only land in here when they are in here. Are they in an archive then? And I went along the route of, do you know what? If I'm looking for something MacBites, it's going to be one of 3 things. It's either going to be in the MacBites area, it's going to be archived, or it's going to be an active project. But any of the resources that would be traditionally resources, I'm going to say that they're going to go in the areas with the rest of them. The show art, same thing. It's going to be in the MacBites area because it's a continuing, ongoing thing, and I'm going to be putting the show art in there week after week after week. This one, bit trickier, potentially. It depends. I will be collecting things like ideas, notes, images, you name it. But is it an active project? And that depends on when it's actually happening. If it is, then it's simple. It goes in the projects folder. If it's not, then you're going to have to seriously think, what's the subgroup that it belongs to? Because it's not a resource and it's not an archive either. So it's going to have to go in an area as something upcoming. One of the options for me was to go into the areas, well, let's make it down at the bottom and then drag it in, of live sessions, live streams. Upcoming live streams, all my live streams that I haven't archived basically, and this would be a live stream. And the other one I think we were talking about, but don't hold me to this because I can't remember the title of it, I think it was blend modes, and was it? I think it was blend modes in Affinity Photo. But that's not the title, I can't remember the title. And again, that's a live stream, it's upcoming, it would go in there. Where do live streams go? It's an area of focus that I have, and now everything starts to look a lot more logical to me. I might, in the MacBites one, get even more granular, and I think I did in the proper one, but that'll do for now. Now, as far as I'm concerned, when I look at that, it looks like everything else, by which I mean, I'm going to just open a Finder window and drag all these on, apart from the stuff. I've got some stuff languishing in the root, but if you let me just get that where it should be. I have no idea what you think you're doing, but you're not. What's happening here? nothing's happening, I'm going to leave it alone unless things start to get hairy scary, and in which case I'll deal with it. Right, this is my Google Drive. And I have my inbox, but I also have projects, areas, resources and archives. The only exception to that, because this is Google Drive, is these 4 folders. The black hole could be a resource, but I share it with Mike, and as far as I'm concerned, it's where we share stuff. There's a long story behind it, but basically there used to be an application. I think it was called Drop something. And it gave you a black hole on your desktop, a little icon, and you would drag files to it, and the files would literally disappear down this black hole and appear at the other end. And the other end, obviously, you'd configured, and the other end was Mike's desktop. So we used the black hole to transfer stuff backwards and forwards. The app died, don't they all? We had to put in another system, so that's what we do. We drag and drop it to that folder. But to make it easy to drag and drop it to that folder, we actually have this up here, which is drops for Mike. So I drag and drop it to there and it scoots through. That's where it actually lives. I think I wrote a blog post on that. It was long because it got complicated. I think I did. I could show you how I built that, Kim, if you like. Let me just put that down there. If that's something you'd like, let me know. Application support is where all my applications are and the files belonging to them. So I put that in root. My AV review process is where we are doing all of these. So that's where I post things for review and Mike reviews them and all of the rest of it. And public is a public folder, and it's where I share things to social media. I put the date at the beginning and what it is at the end, and they just live in that public folder. And that solved a problem when Droplet and a cloud app both stopped working. Couldn't make it up. They both stopped working at the same time. But the point of the exercise is same core folders, and it doesn't matter if it's OneDrive, same core folder and a dodgy presentation, which should be an inbox. Exactly the same. You know I love the magic. Okay, Kim, let me make a note. I've got a post-it note. Black hole. Right. So that's OneDrive. There's pCloud. I've got more in here because I've been working on it. This is me fiddling around. And there's Box. And they all look the same. This is Dropbox backing up to Box. So having that in DEVONthink is actually a good idea because I kind of instinctively know where something should be. If I get there and it's not, then I'll question, why did I do that in the first place? At that point, you then have to think about getting stuff in there. Now, obviously, you're going to have to create extra folders and stuff on the fly. You may also need to question yourself, is it folders you're going to use? Groups. Is it groups you're going to use? Or do you want to be able to tag things? Something to think about. How to deploy the tagging in it. I've completely ignored the tagging in it. I've put stuff where it makes sense for it to be for me. And I would then rely on the AI search to find it when I need it. So we have a basic structure. That means the next thing that we're looking at is getting stuff in there. Now, obviously, in part 1 of this, you'll doubtless recall all of the ways to get stuff in to DEVONthink. Well, all of those still equally apply. So it really is going to be completely up to you. You could use the sorter, you could drag and drop, there's the global inbox, there's even a scanner. Now it's working. So excited. So what makes most sense and why? There is one special case, as far as I'm concerned, which is screenshots, which I'm going to talk about later. But the thing to think about at this point in here is what is actually supported. And your graphics are supported, your text's supported, all of the assets that I have needed are supported. So I've not found one yet that's like, oh, it's going to choke on that. It will take SVG in, it just can't preview them, but it can let you work with them. So when it comes to importing, it's just a matter of working through all of those options we had before. Apart from the special case, which I will show you. But the one thing I wasn't able to show you, so I've got some stuff on the desktop here. Where's that just opened? Right, all those icons that we had, that we'd created before, they were all on the desktop. I've got some red icons. It would literally be drag it, drop it into the demo, and they're in there, and they appear at the bottom. If you wanted to kind of triage them on the way in, you could have put those in the demo, the asset management demo, and then they're in the inbox up here, and you can then triage them in. So for instance, I've got the green ones, so we'll add the green ones in, and we had the orange ones, didn't we? And I've also got like odd stuff, like an icon, which is for the app that I was talking about that I had previously been using. So I've added them all into there, and then from there I would need to file them. So if we thought here, right, these are all called the same, and these are the red ones. So I'm going to put those in a group. So press the wrong button, but never mind. There's red. Drag and drop them in. Not into the red one. Right. So I'm starting to organise them. But what actually are they? And they're my Notion icons, aren't they? My icon set. So let's say they are for project management. So I could group the items and put project management. If I could spell. There we go. Project management. Now, where would they go in here? And that would depend. I would suggest with these, if it's Notion, it's going to be Notion resources. So I drag my project management down to resources, and in resources, I then create a new group for Notion and put my project management icons in there. I probably, thinking on it, need to organise it a little bit better by putting icon at the beginning, or icon sets. Yeah? Right. So there's my first one for project management. And you literally just start building things up like that. But the one thing that I couldn't show you that I can show you now, oh, the excitement, is actually scanning straight into DEVONthink. So the reason I couldn't show you before was that my scanner was... The people who made my scanner couldn't be bothered to make me a driver. So I've had it here as like a doorstop, although I did have it working on an old machine, but that's a whole different story, for 5 years. And they've suddenly decided they're going to release a driver. Can you imagine how annoyed you'd be if one of these, if you've not used it in 5 minutes, you need to throw it away, people had been in, and thrown it away the day before the driver came out? Not a happy bunny. So what's happening is it's scanning. There's my scanning manager scanning. And it's not only just scanning it, it's scanning it straight into DEVONthink. So it's the front cover of a magazine. That was fast, wasn't it? From the Dog's Trust, I do believe. The Wag Mag. Brilliant, the Wag Mag. Right, what it's doing is, down the bottom, in the left-hand corner, it's now saying the scan's disconnected. That's because I've just closed the lid, so that's fine. But down the bottom, it's doing something. It's got page 1 of 2, and it's recognising it. And what it's doing is actually processing the text. So when it arrives in DEVONthink, it will be OCR'd and indexed. So it's done the work. There's the front cover, and I can scroll down and we can see the inside. There's the Dog's Trust. And I can actually put that in there. So I would probably file this as Dog's Trust plus the date plus WagMag. And the reason that I would do it that way, just naming conventions, help you find things. If I sorted it alphabetically, all the Dog's Trust stuff would come together. By putting the date next, everything will be organised, and if there were 2 things on the same date, then it would be alphabetical in terms of what it was. If I wanted to just isolate it for all instances of the WagMag, then I could do a search for it. So save that, and that one will go straight into the global inbox, because I didn't have it configured to scan to that particular folder. But I can just drag and drop that down into here. So I'm going to put it into the inbox for the demo, which down here lets me have a think of where should that go. And if this was something I was using in a project in the future or whatever, or something, let's say something I've used in the past. So I did a Dog's Trust presentation. Right. Then I'd probably have a group which would be all of maybe, let's say, Dog's Trust presentation. And it isn't something that's an ongoing thing. I don't do this every month. It was a one-off. Right, in that case, in my inbox, I've got my Dogs Trust scan that I've used. I would drag and drop that down to the Dogs Trust presentation. And back in the database, I'd archive it. So I've got access to it. It will come up in all of the searches. It's just that I won't have to be bothered eyeballing it every time I need a resource because it's something that was a one-off. So that would be my rationale as I was actually putting this together. And I was able to show you the scanning, so I'm quite thrilled with that. Right. You might decide if dogs were an area that you were thinking, I would like to think about doing something about that area in the future. And I've separated it out. You know, things are in different folders. I've done, say I did the Guide Dogs for the Blind, and I did something for Dogs Trust, and I did something for a local dogs thing, and they're all archived in separate folders. Then just go to the archive, find the item. So let's say there are 100 items in here, but we've got another one, which is RNIB, which is the Royal National Institute for the Blind. That's to do with dogs. And who's another one, Mike? Samoyed Rescue. There you go. Now, trying to group these together in any other way than a tag isn't going to work, because only one of them, they're all dog related, but only one of them has the word dog. So doing a search, not going to work. So one option with this would be to make a tag. So down in the tags here, add a tag of dog. And then go to the other two and add a tag of dog. And now, when we're looking for that, we will find it. That's the situation where I would use tags. Where initially, you know, I want them kept separate, but they also might be relevant together. And then I would use a tag. Good night, Deborah. So that's my archive sorted out. Got some Notion stuff in there, got the resources in there. At this stage, it's not bad. But what if I have something like, and I'm doing a quick think here. Did we add the red and the green? I think we did, didn't we? Where's my icons? No, they weren't in there, were they? They were in resources. There we go. There's all my icons, my icon sets. Right. Some of these are not equal. So we've got them in there. They all look like icons. We know they're for project management. Brilliant. I'll just use them then. But let's go into the green ones and click on the alarm. We can tell from the preview, to be honest, it's a bit fuzzy at the edges. That's because it was 280 pixels and that was it. But if we go into the red one and look at the alarm on there, that's pin sharp. And that's because when we look across over here, that one I exported much bigger. Now, when I'm using these, that's not the time to use the wrong ones. So it could be a good time to create a smart group, a smart collection of items where you select the right sizes. So let's say in here, in the project management. At the moment, you know, eyeballing it, I could look at the size and make a guess. So if I put in here, we put another group and we put red small, and we add the actual icons in. We did export them. They are on the other window, and bring them in. Right, in fact they look like the bigger ones, don't they? Hang on, let's have a look. They are the bigger ones. Let's delete that. Let's undo that. Red small. Here's the red small ones. These ones are the small ones. Are these ones the big ones then? They are. Right. But I only want to return from these icons of a particular size. So what do you do about that? And that's where one of the smart groups comes in. So I'm going to right click on there and I'm going to say new smart group. And I'm going to give it a name of icons for Notion and then 280 pixels. So that tells me everything that I need to know. Where do I want to search? You know, to what level do I want this search to operate? And if I wanted it at the top level, then you leave it set to database. But these are just icons for Notion, so they need to be in Notion, don't they? So I'll have a look at it. This is where this also starts to make a lot of sense when you're selecting things from here, because I know that this is in resources. Do I want to go to this level? Probably not, because if I do, I won't get any other icons returned. So I'll stick to the Notion level. I can exclude the subgroups, but that would do us no good whatsoever. So I'll leave that off, and then I need to start specifying the criteria for this to work. So I'm going to go in and look at, do the names matter? No, they don't. Does the file format matter? No. I just need them. Now, there's possibility the file format might. If you want all your icons to be PNG, then you could filter for that at this level. But the big thing to think about is there are options for width and height. And given that these are square, it doesn't matter. I'm just going to make it 280. I'm not sure, I can't remember if you need to put the pixel width on it, but we'll soon find out, won't we? You could go more granular than that, like I say, if you wanted, with different file formats, etc. But let's just see what we get with that. So here is what we've just created, right down there. I've already clicked on it, and it's given us this over here. I'm going to change that so we don't have the preview, so we can just see these. Right? And when we look over here at the size of them, they are the 280 ones. So we're storing them. We've made a decision. If we look down there, they are all 280. None of the red ones have come in. We've made a decision to store them by icon set, by colour. But if we want to, look at the icons all together, then you've got a smart group that can do that, which I personally think is pretty amazing. So when we looked at those slides, that was, do you organise them by location? Do you organise them when they were created? Do you organise them by application? Actually, it's personal preference. It's totally up to you. Because in here, you can create a smart group for anything that you would like to pull them all together. So when we've talked about Notion, I've always said, try and make the database as big as possible in terms of the records it can keep, because there's no such thing as a union query. So a union query would take items from multiple locations and return them as one data set to you. And that is exactly what DEVONthink is doing. It's returning these as a single set for you. The one thing it isn't doing, obviously, is filtering out, say, well, what if I've got other icons, but I only want to see the red ones? There's an issue. But you could actually handle that as well. So quite simply here, to make this work, so you can actually, let's go and make a new group, and we'll call that icon set. And this time we'll say task management. Right, so a whole different set of icons. So let's say in here that we do 2, and we do a red one, a red set of icons and a green set of icons. We'd probably do traffic lights, but we'll leave it at red and green. Right. Now, obviously, for that to work, I'm going to need some of those icons in different colours, aren't I? So what I'm going to do is take some of these from the other one. Now, obviously, you wouldn't do this, but I need to do this because I haven't got any more icons to import. So I'm going to say that these top 3 are actually for task management, and they're green. And these top 3, the small ones, are task management in red. And I'm going to put them in there. So in our red one, we've got 3. In the red here, we've got 3, the smaller ones. We've got 3 in the green. So absolutely no problem there. But to see all of the green icons or all of the red icons, I've actually got to go and find the first one, find the second one. But this is where this can help you. So let's go in and we're going to edit the smart group. In fact, you could make a new smart group if you wanted. You could duplicate this one. Let's duplicate that to exactly the same place, which is Notion. So there's Notion. I'm going to duplicate it to there. Did that work, or did that put it in mine? I think it's put it in the other database. Oh no, there it is. There it is. It's in the wrong place, but never mind. Right, so this one is going to be icons for Notion, 280 pixels, but only the red ones. So I'm going to put that up in there. So we're down here. So this one, I'm going to edit it. So we'll go to edit and do an and. Now, what could we possibly match with that? And to be honest, there isn't actually anything in the file, which could potentially become a problem. Let's see if there's anything we could do. Where the content, where the metadata, where the name, the URL. No, none of those are going to help. What we actually need to say, and I'm wondering now if we could do it, maybe not. Could we look at the containing group? And it looks like the answer to that is no. There's a lot of different ways to do it, but not actually looking at the containing group. Let's have a look. Unless we could say any of the meta. Let's see if any of the meta would match red. Worth a try. No, it doesn't. Okay, so what I'm going to need to do is, in the red ones here, which is what you've got to think about when you're thinking about naming these things. I'm just going to go in and add red at the end, just so you can see it does actually work. I always put the colour on it. I think I always put the size in as well, because there's nothing worse than looking at an image outside of something like this and having not a clue. Right, so this still isn't working because we didn't have it set to name. But we can go in and we can edit it. And this time it would be not where the metadata matches, no, where the name includes. So where the name contains red and the width is 280. And there you go. So you can get as granular as you need to be with those icons. Right, let me have a look at my list. So we've looked at the database, we've looked at the groups, looked at the tags, looked at the smart groups. We've done all of the imports, apart from the special case that I'm going to look at, which is very important to me. And it was almost a deal breaker until I worked around it, which has got a dirty hack. And we know Kim loves dirty hacks, don't we, Mike?
We do.
So we always have to have a dirty hack in the week. This one's really, really devious. This one's really devious. So now, next thing to think about is using the assets that you've created, because it's all very well having them in DEVONthink, but now what? So what I actually do is usually go for this view, which I'm pressing Command and 1, and it's giving me the view where I've got an icon. So you have views at the top here, but this is talking about the view of the actual window. So you've got all these different options when it comes to viewing them. Basically, it's do you want a list or do you want a preview? Do you want a standard preview or do you want a widescreen preview? Most of the time I have it set with no preview. And it will remember that view. So if I click away onto something else and click back, it will remember that view. So that's the view that I tend to use most of the time. It also means that it's easy to grab one of these things and use them, put them somewhere that you want them. So let's say we'll put them in Pages. This would be much against my better judgment, but we'll do it anyway. Pages will eventually think about opening. Although having said that, normally I'm working in Keynote, so most of the time I'm working in Keynote, but we'll just try this one with Pages. God, you have to take forever to run, honestly. Photoshop opens faster, and that's not even a joke. Come on. Way well done. Right, so I'm going to put this on one side of the screen, and I'm going to have DEVONthink on the other side of the screen. And literally to use them wherever I want them, I just need to drag it and drop it. Whatever it is. Okay, so that's fairly straightforward as it goes when it comes to using them. But there is a gotcha, which... shall I show you that now? I will. We'll get over the gotcha first, which is all of these files that we've put in here. They are PNGs. Now, many moons ago, one of the great advantages, as far as I was concerned, with the Mac, was I got blown away one day in 2006. I'd had a Mac a few months, and I was using Keynote to put a presentation together. And I made a mistake. I had Keynote open in front of me and I had the Finder window open on another screen. and I dragged and dropped from the Finder window to Keynote. And you know when you've literally just let go and thought, oh no, you've made a mistake. The mistake was I just dragged and dropped a Photoshop file into Keynote. Well, the last time I tried that on Windows with PowerPoint, it took 3 weeks to recover. So I'm like, oh dear. And I glanced up and it had worked. The Mac had the most amazing drag and drop capabilities I had ever seen. It was incredibly forgiving with file formats. I was absolutely blown away. You could drag and drop a Photoshop file into Keynote. Unbelievable. But the same held good of everything else. So if I had a browser window open, I could drag and drop an image into Pages, Numbers, Keynote, you name it. Just like I would do this here, I could do exactly the same thing from a browser, which was fabulous. Until Google complained to Apple that Apple were encouraging people to steal from Google search results, and Apple promptly broke it. So you can now no longer drag and drop from a browser into the iWork apps, which broke my workflow. Not a happy bunny. Looking at DEVONthink, I thought, can I drag and drop? Yes, I can. Fabulous. But one of the issues, and to do this, I'm going to go into my database, and I'm going to go into a project, and I'm going to go into today's, and these are some of the pictures that you've seen. This is how I'm organising the assets now. But one of these, from memory, which doesn't seem to be there. Darn it. Did I put it somewhere else? No, I didn't. Okay, what I'm going to do is I'm going to use my smart folders to find my PDFs. Right. These files are PDFs. So that is my poster file, but it's a PDF. So I'm going to drag it and drop it, and you get the same plus, don't you? And then you drop it, and that's what you get. And you're like, really? You get the text. You get the text that it can extract from the PDF that you drop. And obviously, for me, working in Keynote, where I'm working blindingly fast, that's useless. So I thought, if I stick with DEVONthink, I'm not going to be able to drag and drop a PDF. That's a bit of an issue. So, not undeterred, I thought, no, I can do this. I can use exactly the same technique I use from a browser. So I get another browser tab up here and go to Pixabay and just show you what you would need. In fact, you don't drag and drop from Pixabay, do you? Where can I go? I know where I'll go. Just somewhere that I can get a graphic and show you what actually happens, because it's incredibly annoying. Go to my blog and just find one of my own images. That one will do. Right, I would want to drag and drop that, so I can drag it out, take it over here, let go. Oh, good grief. You know what the issue is, don't you? Why that worked? This is never going to work for me. I'm showing you later something that needs Safari to work correctly. So it's working from Safari. They've done that. No, it won't work from another browser. That's the problem. So they've broken it in every other browser apart from their own browser. That's devious, isn't it? There's another question for my list for Timmy Mac. Add it to my Timmy list, that. Why have you broken every other browser apart from your own?
You got a Timmy list.
I'm getting a Timmy list. I'm making a DEVONthink database. It's that big. If this works, then they fixed it. But trust me, it's been broken for about 4 years. So let's try that again in a real browser. Not Apple's browser. Yeah, not working now. So that's the problem. I don't use Safari. I can't use Safari. It doesn't support half the extensions that I use. So there's the problem. But I should have left that open, shouldn't I? Oh, never mind. I will get the image back. There's the image. If I take the image down to the bottom of my screen, we get a little shelf to put my image on. That's Drop Shelf, and it allows me to take content, all kinds of content, multiple files if I want, like all of these, and put them on a little shelf. And when I click away, the little shelf should disappear. Why is the little shelf not disappearing? Oh, you ever had one of those demos? There we go. Right. Oh, I see. It's like the weather people. Never mind. Right. So by putting it on the little shelf, Even though it wasn't supported, you can then drag and drop it in and it will be supported. So, back to the original issue. Let's get right down here. I had that poster that's a PDF that I want to insert, and it won't insert it. But if I drag it down to my little shelf and I drag it up from my little shelf, then it will. So I use drop shelf, and we can even put that lot in while we're at it. So probably put the 6 in together. There we go. I either use drop shelf, which is the one you've just seen, or I use Yoink. The two do a very similar job, just in a slightly different way. Drop shelf adds it at the bottom, as you've seen here. You can either add multiple files to a shelf or individual files to multiple shelves. Yoink works a slightly different way. Yoink appears over on the right hand side. It's a different kind of shelf. And now that's playing around like it doesn't like it. Maybe Yoink's very upset. But it works in a very similar way. Those applications came out in 2011 when Lion arrived, and the full screen option was there because people realised, well, devs realised, people using the desktop to drag and drop stuff to and take between apps, and you couldn't do that if you were full screen. So they hover over the full screen apps. So, and in this circumstance, they're solving a problem in terms of, in here, I can take PDFs then, and I can then take them wherever I want them. And if I change my mind, I just close the little shelf. So that solved the file format support problem. Let's now actually, now we've sorted out how we actually got them in there, let's get rid of that. Bye-bye. Oh, not a new folder, delete the thing, crying out loud. Right, the other thing that we can do in here, let's go take a look, because I'm going to show you one thing and I'm thinking it's probably better done in mine than in here. But this is the database we've built. If I show you the top level of mine, it's incredibly similar. The archives there, the resources, the areas, the projects. I have one called Smart Folders. It should be grouped, shouldn't it? I'll do it right. Right, and I have an inbox, which there's nothing in. So we're swapping from the demo one, which doesn't have much data in it, to my real database, which has plenty. Oh, Kim's just bought drop shelf. Excellent. That's been around since forever. It's so reliable, that one. As you can see.
Influencer, you.
Yeah, I'm an influencer, aren't I? Yes, I must remember that. If I could influence Lola to settle down during the show, I'd be doing well. Right, so I'll go into my database that's got a lot more things in it to show you a few very specialist items. These are things I haven't demonstrated before because they're so tiny, they only make sense when you've got data in there. But I put my smart groups together because I figured it would make most sense. No, I'm trying to make that wider, not move it. It would make most sense to have them together. You can see I've got the standard 3, but I've also got one here for live sessions. So let's have a look what that one actually does. In fact, let's open it. It's giving me one file at the moment, which is my How to Create a Newsletter in Affinity Publisher 1280 by 720 poster in PNG format, because that's the one I'm probably going to want to use most of the time. Now, you could create another smart group that would do that in a similar kind of way. So that one was live sessions. It's not going to only return that one. It's going to return other live sessions as well. But one thing that I did do, if we have a look through what I've actually got in here, let's go into the projects. These are all things to do with dark noise that I talked about. I'm going to put a blog post together. I've got the assets for my DEVONthink series that I've got. I've got the upcoming MacBites, don't tell Jonathan. And I've got today's show. These are the pictures that we saw on the slides. Ooh, I've just realised. The pCloud thing. I've done it in the wrong order. What am I thinking? pCloud. Right, I need to do the pCloud thing. Don't let me forget the pCloud thing. I opened the slides beyond that slide. That was how that got missed. Michael, remind me, won't you, Mike?
I will.
So anything that I'm thinking, oh, there was an image that I wanted. So let me fold it up and think, right, there was an image that I wanted from show 90 of After Hours. That's fantastic, but where is it? So you know the thing we talked about in terms of finding things. Do you build it, making it easy at the point you save it, and worry about finding it later, or do you build it in terms of finding it later and then worry about putting it in? You know what I mean? You need to make it easy altogether. So one option to do that is a little shortcut key. Kim, you are going to love this one. She says, I can't tell you how much the two of you have influenced me, and I'm grateful. That's lovely, Kim. Thank you. Right, let me bring pens at the ready. You're going to want to know the shortcut key. Command, Control, G. That gives you the go command. It's fabulous. Oh, Mike, go, go, go. There's a title for the show. Yeah. Right, I need stuff for MacBites After Hours. 190. No, I'm 100 shows ahead. 0090. Boom, straight there. I click there, straight in it. I don't care where it is. I really don't care where it is. I can instantly get to it. What else might I want in my own database? Well, how about the show art that Johnny so loves? Let's bring the go up again. And the show art in question would be, say, the 1280 show art. There you go. Because there's a saved search for them. They are all there. It's been a revelation, this. So if you can imagine me working, thinking, you know, I've got Keynote in front of me and I need this poster and I need this asset and I need this. DEVONthink's on a separate screen to me. I flick to DEVONthink. I use Command Control G, type in what I'm looking for. Boom, it's there, drag, drop, done. It's amazing. It was nowhere near that fast with the old one that was a dedicated app for asset management. This is not a dedicated app for asset management. I even read an article that said if you're thinking of using DEVONthink for asset management, don't. And I thought, really? Working for me. All depends on how you actually plan the database. I'm reckoning what they were thinking was, you know, don't think you're going to bring 500 photos in and edit them in here. No, you're not. But asset management can be more than just photos. It can be the kind of thing that I'm doing, where I need access to all of these things really quickly. So that was one thing, right? So that's the Command Control G. Brilliant. If you only take away one thing from this, take away that. And we will come back to that shortly, but that is just an amazing way of working. Right, other things you can do. So I'm going to show you around my database. We've got the projects. Those are the things that we've looked at. So actually that one was in there, and there's some subfolders, groups, subgroups that have the images in. So if I'm thinking, oh, in a presentation I had that Apple Store, what I would have had to have done previously, because I wasn't using any kind of asset management like this. So these things would have been in a folder somewhere, probably in the right show, but I wouldn't have been able to just search for Bangkok or Apple and find them. But in here, if I'm at, you know, this level, nothing there, but I want to look for Bangkok, Apple Store Bangkok, boom, and up they come. So really, really, really useful. Now, what else have we got in here? We've got the areas that I've got, which are live sessions and MacBites. The MacBites one I've taken a little bit further. So I've got the after hours in there. Look at all those coming up. I haven't put the MacBites after hours posters in here yet, but one of the things I was constantly using my old PicSave app for was the chapter markers. These are the chapter markers for the podcast. And I have an asset management system open on my desk as I'm editing the podcast. And whenever we come to a section in the show, I reach across and I drag and drop the chapter marker for that part of the show. You can see there's hundreds of them. We don't do every section every week, but everything that I need is in there. At the end of the show, there are titles and credits. They are in this folder. So we have the actual show art itself, and then there are 4 different pieces of artwork for the credits. So I drag and drop those in from there. You know, you don't know if you know about the icons, but these are the icons that I have. So it's a MacBites icon for Dropbox and a MacBites icon for Google Drive. And I use those in here. So if I put MacBites, what on earth did I call it? There's something in here. Was it GD? Google Drive. Was it MacBites Google Drive? There you go. So I created the icon, so that will open up my MacBites folder on Google Drive, and I wanted to have a pretty icon for it. And if I change Google Drive to Dropbox, it uses that icon. So that's what they are. And I left them in there. I thought you never know, might need those. They're icons, they're MacBites icons, I'll leave them there. The big thing, of course, is the show art. This goes back to 108A. So it's all of the show art, and it's all of the sizes of the show art. So we've got, and all of the formats of the show art, which is why there's so many for each individual one. And you can see plenty of those in there to go at. Down in there, I don't have them in groups. So these are not in groups. It's one folder with everything shoved in it. What I considered was, right, at the point that you are trying to use this, what will you be looking for? And I thought, probably the 1280 by 720 version. So in the smart groups within show art, I created 3 different smart groups. One for the 600 by 337, they go in the email. One for the 795 by 500, they go on the blog. And one for the 1280 by 720, they're the 16.9s and are used in presentations. Let's have a look inside it. It's incredibly simple. Look in the MacBites show art folder. So it's really narrowed down to just one folder. Look for a file with an extension of PNG where the name contains 600 by, 0600 by 0337, but the name does not contain blurred. Now, I don't need doesn't contain blurred for this one because there isn't a blurred one. But there is a blurred one for the 1280 by 720, and I just duplicated that. So if we double click that, all of these files, look at the names, 0600, 0337, one for each show, which makes it incredibly easy to know when I'm looking at them. These are the ones to drag in the email. If I drag in the wrong one, you won't see a picture at all because the picture doesn't get uploaded with the email, it gets referenced. So I'm dragging in the right photo, but all that the application's doing is looking at the name. So it's looking for a file name with an underscore 0600 0337 at the end. So that's one. The next one is the 795s. So I'm opening this one when I'm working in Ulysses. So whenever I need a poster to go into Ulysses, let's have a look at that. I will filter for 0795. Let's get into the MacBites. Come on, Ulysses, you can do it. Oh, that's Kathy and all her stuff, and it's not there either. MacBites show notes. So we have, when was the last one? There we go. So that's what they look like. Over here, there is a place to put the show art, and that's where it goes. So I would have Ulysses open on another screen. And when I'm thinking, right, need the show image, I drag and drop that. And because I've pre-filtered it, I know it's the right version. Just look at the alternative to that. I need the show art for the last show. Which one? Obviously, they all look the same apart from the fact that some are square. So I'd ignore the square ones and I'd ignore the one with the banner on it. But is it that one? Is it that one? Is it that one? It's 600 by 337. No, in this case, 795. Which one? There's 2. So I'd have to squint over here to see that that's the JPEG and that's the PNG. So making this smart group means it's already filtered and I am using the right one, and I know I'm using the right one. And the last one is for the show art, which is the 16.9 show art. But so that's the MacBites folder. What else have we got in here that I could show you? We've got MacBites shows that are ready to be moved into active projects, but they're not active projects yet, despite what I said the other night. 133, just saying. So Paul's saying, even if it was just 500 plus photos, I'd want to be able to find them and then edit them somewhere else. It's totally possible to do that, Paul, so I wouldn't rule it out for photos, but this person had. Horses for courses and your preference, I guess, really. I In 2006, I started indexing my photos in the way that you would think of indexing photos. And honestly, as apps change and stuff, you think, why am I bothering? Why am I bothering? Luckily, I decided to do it where I referenced the images on a hard drive. So they're all on a hard drive anyway. And what you could do with this, instead of importing them, if you don't want to import them, is you could index them, couldn't you? And leave them where they are on a hard drive. I wouldn't rule out actually importing them. I'm probably going to try that for the next build with me in 2 weeks. The one about course creation. Because I've created a course, I will actually show you a real file with a course in it. Might even be finished by then, you never know. Christmas might come early. And what I did, there was a photo shoot for this course. So there are actually unedited photos, probably about 300 of them, if not more. And I did put them into PicSave, and I don't see why I couldn't bring them into here. None of them would have been usable without being edited. We had the devil's own job with the light. Because obviously we don't have a professional photo studio. We have professional audio and video studios, but not a photo studio. So the light wasn't perfect. But I was able to take the photos that I wanted and edit them individually. In fact, I did a global edit on them because I got the light right on one and then just applied it to all of the others. So I certainly wouldn't rule it out. Right, so what was I going to show you in here? When I'm looking for show art, I'm probably going to be all of this folded up, and I'm probably just going to open up the asset management and be sat here and thinking, right, show art. I'm looking for the 1280 by 720 show art. So I use my magic key and I put in my show art and I'm straight there. So it doesn't matter about the organisation, but that organisation is there so I can dump everything in one folder, but then use the smart groups to filter it out, which is just amazing. Totally amazing. Right, down in the resources, did I put these in as well? Oh, I did. We do a review of the year. We started doing it the year after Mike shot me. Must have been my life passing before my eyes. And what we've got there is just chapter markers that are for each month of the year. So that's it for what's in MacBites. The live sessions at the moment only has that one because I only started using this a couple of weeks ago. In the resources, I've got, now this proved valuable, amazingly so. In here, I've got groups, and you can see each group has its own icon. Now, we've seen groups before, but they don't have a pretty icon, do they? Let's add one to the test one. All right, so let's say we've got resources, and we're going to have another group for something. Shall we say Scrivener? Right, so we're going to have a Scrivener group, and to make that totally right, we want it like that. And you can see it's got no pretty icon. So how do you give these things pretty icons? The do's and don'ts to give them pretty icons. Right, first of all, I need to make sure that I have actually got some pretty icons, which I have. Oh, this will actually show you how it pulls together. I am literally now looking for the pretty icons. And I'm in my Google Drive, and I don't even have to think, where would I put the pretty icons for this? It's a project, and this is the project. So, technically speaking, if they were where they were supposed to be, they would actually be in there. Why is that disappeared? But never mind, I'm not going to worry about it. Okay, this is what I do if I want an icon. I have an Alfred workflow called Icon, and it will let me extract the Scrivener icon, from whence I will put it in here. So where's my Scrivener icon? Scrivener. Right. I do that, it puts it on the desktop, and that's how I get my icons. There is my Scrivener icon. But let's say I've got other assets from Scrivener that I want to put in that folder, and I did. These assets that I'm working with here came from PicSave. So this is my PicSave. I will show you just how similar it is to DEVONthink. Doesn't it look identical? There are things you can do in here that you wouldn't be able to do in DEVONthink, but whereas you've got these collections here, you know, I've got smart groups in DEVONthink. Fabulous. So in here, I'm looking for my Scrivener stuff, and somewhere in here, was it in demo resources? Here we go, Scrivener. So I had all of these assets. So I'll grab these assets, I'll move this out of the way, and I'm just going to drag and drop them in here. So all of the assets need to go in that Scrivener folder. So if I kind of grab these, let me grab all of these. Have you noticed it thinks some of these are the same and they're not? Right, I've got them all. And I'm going to drag and drop them into there. Did you drag and drop them all? No, you just dragged and dropped one. Let's try that again, shall we? Right. More. Come on. What is it doing? I'm not even holding a key down. Have I upset it greatly? Probably. Right, let's try again. Let's just take all of this lot to the Scrivener folder because that's where it belongs. Oh, for crying out loud. Would it be any faster if I did it that way and then took these away? Probably. Right. Drag and drop that into the Scrivener file. And you see, I get a pretty icon. But it's not the pretty icon that I want, is it? I've found if I then take all of these back out again, so let's take them out of the Scrivener folder, back to resources, and then go to the resources, the Scrivener thing now has no pretty icon. So I thought, right, okay, this is what we're going to do. We are going to put either underscore underscore at the beginning, which will push it to the top of the sort list. And the trick to get your pretty icons, like my pretty icons, only add one item, pretty icon. Now you can add all of the others and it retains the original icon as the pretty icon, which is worth a chicken squeak.
Yeah.
Yep. So that was what I did to get the pretty icons. It's a dirty hack, isn't it? But it works. It works. So back in mine, when I'm looking at my resources, my icons, I've got pretty icons. If I drill down, I've got icons in use from 2019 plus. Have you seen this that's going on? Now Deb says, now you're making me buy drop shelf. Oh, I'm loving this. What else
and you're
have I
not
got
even
here?
on commission.
I'm not even on commission, no. These icons were retired. These were the new icons that were brought in. These are my Mac app icons. So there they all are. Because you've seen my slides. I need these all the time. All the time. So I put them in here. Also got my iWork icons.
Night, Graham.
Good night, Graham. And there we go. So everything that I could conceivably need. The trick then is to actually find them and find them quickly. So let's fold that up again and start again at this point. Command, Control and G. And I'm looking for iWork icons. Boom, there they are. Now those are critical to me because I use them a lot and you can't get them from the app anymore. If I do an extract icon and I say Keynote, come on, what is going on with this? You're not working with Keynote at all now. There we go. It will do it and you'll get an icon. There's the icon. And it's that size. If we bring the information up for that, it is... We haven't even got any information on it, crying out loud. I can assure you it is 256. We'll open it. Look, that's the size of it. It's tiny. But we'll go to adjust the size and you will see it is 256. How they get away with that, I don't know. But I need a much bigger icon. And I have managed, through nefarious means, fair or not, to get the 1024 icons. So I need these. I need access to these because I can't get them from the app anymore. So again, just perfect as far as I'm concerned. I've got my Microsoft Office ones and I've got various Scrivener ones. So I've got the icon that gives it the pretty icon. And I've then got course folders within there. And within here is the stuff. That one isn't actually in here yet. Neither's that one, but I think this one is. No, where did I put those? They're in there somewhere, honestly. Promise you. Then I've got personal branding stuff. So I've got the sidebars that I use in all the different colours. And I've got the watermarks that I use. So, wouldn't it be nice in here, let's say the icon thing, if we could put something So if we go to, now where on earth was that? Trying to remember where that was. New. Oh, don't fail me now. Was it a script? I think it could have been. It could have been a script. And it was one that we hadn't tried, and I thought it would be a good idea. Come on. No, I must admit, I didn't think it was a script. Right, let's try and find it.
Tracy wants to know what's so great about Drop Shelf.
It just makes working with things much, much easier, trust me. Right, tools, that's what I was after. That's what I was after. It keeps stopping on me. It's dying on me. Drop Shelf enables you, well, for a start, it enables you to do something that you just couldn't do. I think we've killed DEVONthink, Mike. That would not be good if we have.
That's not good. No,
that's not good. I think we have actually killed it. Oh no, it's sprung back to life. Don't die on me now. It allows you to do something that you just couldn't do otherwise, which is you can no longer drag and drop certain file formats from A to B. And if you go via Drop Shelf, you can do. There is Yoink. Yoink has an iOS version as well, which is great. But as you saw tonight, Yoink doesn't support as many file formats as Drop Shelf does, but they do exactly the same job. Exactly. Right, it's still not 100% happy with itself, is it? Because the file, look at the menu. But never mind, we'll press on and hope that we can actually do that. Right, can't do it in here, but let's see if we can actually drill down into there and do it. No, it's not having that either. Okay, might have to come back to that one, as it doesn't seem to want to play. Right, I'm trying to work out which one to do first. I will do the special case scenario. This is the one with the dirty workaround, and then we'll do the pCloud thing before we wrap up. Right. So, what did I just say I was going to do? Oh, losing the will to live here. Special case. That was what we were doing. Awesome. Right. The special case is screenshots, which I use all the time. And that was what my workflow was. However I did it, I took a screenshot and I saved it to the desktop. And then it was moved to the DEVONthink inbox. And from the DEVONthink inbox, it was moved to a screenshot group. So I had a think and I thought, just a minute. Why are we saving to the desktop? Now, you may legitimately ask at this juncture, why aren't you using the sorter that will let you capture a screenshot? And the answer to that is it will, and it's fabulous, and it puts it directly in DEVONthink, names it brilliantly, love it, can only do it in JPEG, and I need PNG. It's on my list of questions, not for Timmy. This is for Mr. Devon. So I have to take them outside DEVONthink, but do I need that desktop bit? And the answer's no. If I took the screenshot and then just put it in the DEVONthink inbox and then moved it to the screenshot group, that would be fine then. So we could turn that into that. And, you know, we like things as simple as possible, don't we? You like things as simple as possible?
Yeah.
Exactly. So I had another think about it and I came up with a final solution, which went back to where we were before. For a very good reason. So I've deliberately chosen not to optimise the number of steps, taking it from 4 to 3. I've deliberately taken it back to a 4-step process. Can anybody guess why? There is a good reason for it. It's not it doesn't work properly reason. It's a deliberate choice for a specific reason. So what my workflow looks like is that, and this is how it does it. I take a screenshot and macOS runs some magic beans and moves it to the desktop. Once it's on the desktop, Hazel runs a rule and that moves it to the DEVONthink inbox. When it lands in the DEVONthink inbox, DEVONthink runs a rule on it, which puts it in the screenshot group. It's amazing, isn't it? So I take the screenshot, it goes to the desktop, Hazel rules it to the DEVONthink global inbox, and then the DEVONthink smart rule moves it from the global inbox to the screenshots folder. It's actually no more work to do with that extra step once it's set up. And you only need to set it up once. But why would I do that? So let me know in the chat. Anybody got any clue why I would do that? This is what it actually looks like. So we're going to use my inbox for this, my system for this. So I've got here my inbox, and in my inbox you'll have noticed that there is a screenshots folder that is already there. Now where did I put that? There is a smart rule in here. So what we want is for me to take a screenshot and that screenshot to end up in that folder without me doing a thing. So I'm going to bring in the Finder window here, so we've got something to take a screenshot of. Right, and I'm going to take a screenshot using the standard Mac shortcuts, which is Command, Shift and 4. Press the spacebar to take just that window and click it. It appears down the bottom where you could click it to edit it, but I just ignore it. So eventually that will disappear from there. It will land on the desktop. It will move from the desktop into the Magic Beans, and eventually it arrives in here. There you go. And I can do whatever I need to do with it in there. But how on earth did all of that happen? Now, first thing to think about. Has anybody put in why I might have done that? Good night, Tracy.
No.
Nobody's put in why I might have done that. I'll tell you at the end. Right. How is all of this happening? Well, the first thing to note is when I take a screenshot, like that, it opens at the bottom, ready for me to click to annotate. It puts it on the desktop. Magic Beans move it from the desktop into DEVONthink, and it appears in DEVONthink. There it is. Okay. First thing to think about. How do you decide where the file is going to initially be saved? And I actually want it on the desktop. It's only on the desktop for a fraction of a second, but I want to put it on the desktop. I want it either in desktop or I want it in documents, but I might as well have it in desktop, and then I can see it as it flies past. Right. You can now configure this without the need of any special apps. Command Shift and 5 was newly added. I think it was... Can you Command Shift 5? If Mike... Only you're on Mojave now though, aren't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't remember when it was added. But Command Shift 5...
Mojave, I think.
I think it was Mojave, wasn't it? This was one of the new features. So if you're on Mojave or later, in here you can go to the options and you get a choice of where to save it to. Prior to that, it was all a bit of a dirty hack and fiddling in the terminal to do it. But I've left it deliberately at the desktop. But I did at one point change it to another location of inbox. But I'm not going to do that now. I'm going to leave it set to desktop. So that's how you check, where it's going to. Another way to check is just literally look at the desktop on the way past. If that is what is happening, then you are good to go. That's step one. You've made the decision to do that. It's on the desktop. The next thing to think about is how to get it from the desktop. And for that, I'm using Hazel. So Hazel works where you add a folder to it, my desktop, and then you add a rule. So you have all of the folders that you have rules running against, and then over here you have the rules, which is telling them that, so folders is telling them where, and rules is telling them what. Where do you want me to do it? And then the rules, what do you want me to do? For both screenshots and screenshots, and you might be wondering, surely if you're on the same computer, they call them the same thing. They did, and then they changed. So I think now they're screenshots with no space, but they used to be screenshots with a space. Who knew? So I have two just in case. And the rule says, if the name starts with screenshot, move the file to the DEVONthink inbox. That's it. And this one is exactly the same, apart from saying if the name starts with screenshot, no space, put it in the DEVONthink inbox. So at that stage, we are at the point that it's landed in the inbox, which takes us back to here, which would mean it would arrive in there, not in that folder, actually outside that folder. So something's happening that's moving it from the inbox into that screenshots folder. And that is a smart rule. Now, we looked at these 2 weeks ago, but on Marooned, Kim said, what's the smart rule? This is the smart rule. And it was to move files from one location and put them in another one. We did it, I think, with magically file Keynote files in a Keynote folder. But this time, I'm going to, it should be in here actually, shouldn't it? File screenshots. So this is the actual rule that I created, the smart rule. So we're going to edit it so you can see what's in it. It's called file screenshots. I called it that because I can have them alphabetical down here if I want, and then they would all be together. So I called it file, meaning take something and file it somewhere, screenshots. Search the inbox because they're only landing in the inbox, so there's no point searching anywhere else. And then if the name contains screenshot, move it to screenshots. So move it to the folder screenshots. And then this perform the following action tells you when to run it. And I've got it running on import. So if I had a few screenshots outside of DEVONthink and I wanted to import them, I only need to drag and drop them into that import folder and I'm good to go. So I'd actually need some to do that, wouldn't I? To actually show you that it would run without. I'm going to take that name and try and make it work. It doesn't even matter if they're images or not. The only thing I'm searching for is literally the name of it. So what have I got here that I could use to show you? Do we have something small? That'll do. I've got an agenda icon here. So what I'm going to do with that agenda icon is stick it in my documents. That's probably not the best place to put it. Right, it's going in documents local, which is there, which is probably still not the best place to put it. Crying out loud. Let's get it in there. Right, so just for the purposes of a demonstration, I'm going to click on there and just rename that to be a screenshot. But then I will copy and paste it. And you see I'm getting copy and copy and copy. Right, so let's say I've got a range of screenshots. So we've got 10. Let's, no, we've got 6. Let's make it 10. No, what are you doing? Copy, paste. Right, so I've got 10 of these. Even if DEVONthink was closed, to get these in, not just into DEVONthink, so not just into here, which is the inbox, but to actually get them inside that folder, which at the moment, you know, has got 2 files in it, all I actually need to do is not touch DEVONthink at all. Just drag these and put them into the inbox. They'll go into the inbox, and then 10 appear, and then they all appear in here. So it said 10 up there, and then when you scroll down, there they all are. So that was the special case, because if it couldn't handle screenshots in a meaningful way, there was no way I could use it. But it did, so it was amazing. Right, okay, looking at my list. Where did my list go? I think we're good. So, next thing to show you. Let me go back a step in here. So that's the system I ended up with. If you, I think I'll probably put that together, write it up a bit. Would probably be a much better idea because it's quite complicated, that. Right, the next thing I was going to do wasn't Excel slicers. No, it was this. Last time when I showed you hooking things up to sync and back up, we didn't do a WebDAV one, and I know quite a few of you are using pCloud because you've told me this week you are. So it works exactly the same way. The principle is identical. You will create a sync store in the cloud, in the pCloud cloud, and then your various installs of DEVONthink will synchronize with each other via the master copy in the pCloud cloud. And that is done thus, with the WebDAV settings. So that's how I did this live during a marooned, and it was so blindingly fast, it was unbelievable. So that's what I'm going to do right now. So back in DEVONthink and get the settings up. So mine is actually there. There's mine, and it's synchronizing, and it's got all my little databases in it. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to create another one. So that one I call the DEVONthink Sync Store on pCloud. But I can add another one. So I'm going to add a WebDAV server. This is what you do when you want to hook it up to pCloud. The first thing that you need in there is the URL. So you need 3 pieces of information: the URL, the username, and the password. So I need to switch here so I can actually get that link that I put in, that I swear I put in. Okay. And I've got one password ready, just in case. I decided not to post that in my notes. So let's go in here and get the URL. I think I put that in the notes as well, didn't I? Or did I not? Oh, for crying out loud. It's disappeared. I don't believe this. Right. I will find it. Found it very quickly the other night. What's the betting I can't find it for love nor money now? Let's try that. That looks reasonable. Which is webdav.pcloud.com. So there's nothing about the URL that is unique to you. The URL is going to be the same for everybody. Where's it disappeared to now? Right, there we go. I'm going to put that in there. Right, next thing you need is your username and password. And as I say, I have one password ready. Do you know, I thought it was going to ask me for my master password. That was nearly a calamity. Right, my username is my email address. I presume the usernames, they'll choose to use an email address because it's unique. And then I just need to put the password in. That's all I need to do. But because I'm creating a sync store, I'm going to need to create one, and it knows I've already got one. It's queried the cloud already and said, you've got one called DEVONthink Sync Store. But I'm going to call this one a Demo Sync Store. So I'm going to create a new one. I'm going to leave all the options set to on, which is exactly what we did last time. So synchronize the label names and colours, the reading list positions, and the content of the indexed items. Not going to put any encryption on it. You may feel different. I'm doing a demo, and the last time I tried this, it didn't end well. So I'm going to just say OK to that and click OK. Look at the speed of that. Boom. That was way faster than all of the others. iCloud, local, it was faster than local. And at that point, if you want to synchronize your local database up to there, you put a tick in here of which one you would like to synchronize. So if I want to synchronize that up to my pCloud as backup, and not just as backup, of course, backup's one option, but also, as well as backup, it will allow you to synchronize with DEVONthink to go. And it's done. So that's now ready. All I'd need to do then, if I ever have a calamity where the machine explodes, I would reinstall DEVONthink on the new machine, go to here, put the credentials in, and then pull it down. And if I wanted that to work on iOS, then you just set up that sync store on your iOS device, and again, pull it down, and it will start synchronizing every time you go into it. So actually, it's nowhere near as difficult as you would think, is it? All you need is that URL, which is webdav.pcloud.com, and your credentials, username, password, which will be your email address and your password, and that's it. And it's probably, that's the fastest I've ever seen it move. Let's put it like that. Right, okay, Wheezy's done. So let me get back to where I was when I was doing them in the right order. That'd be good, wouldn't it? Yes, we're back next week. And this time next week, Mike, what's going to have happened? Apart from the fact Jonathan will be in bed.
It's our holiday.
We're on holiday.
A laughable holiday.
Well, I'm confident it won't be laughable this time. I'm confident. Let's just say I'm totally confident. But we will be back with you. Now, what have we got coming up? Oh, no, I'm going backwards now. I just need to go that way. Coming up, we have next week, I'm going to build a GTD system. Again, there will be features that I use that you will not have seen during the 5 weeks going through the features, or this week looking at asset management. So we're going to need lots of folders for the 43 folders thing, and we don't want to make them all by hand. And also creating like indexing things to give you a summary. So lots of different features. I'll demonstrate them in relation to a GTD database, but you may think, oh my, that's perfect for, and then a different type of database. And the week after that, oh, I'm going the wrong way again. The week after that, we're doing course creation system, which will involve the 500 photographs, somewhere between 300 and 500. So I will endeavour to get those in there and see, you know, how far I can actually take that. There'll also be tracking in that and journaling in that and exporting in that. So each one of the Build With Me's will show you different things. And that one is 2 weeks away. So that's at the end of our laughable holiday. Towards the end of our holiday. Right, but we are available on demand as well. We are still going live every day in lockdown. And yes, we are still in lockdown. If you're wondering about that, another 3 cities bordering Manchester went into very strict lockdown today. So chances of getting out of lockdown before Christmas, slim to non-existent. So yes, we are still marooned at MacBites headquarters. And you would be very welcome to join us. You can also listen to the 159 shows that we have already done. They are available on demand via the podcast. So I'll leave that up while you have a look at that. I know it's hideous, but it's the best we could do. That's about as short as it would get, honestly. And something else available on demand. That's available on demand. That was a week ago yesterday, and I think nearly 1,000 people have watched that. And not one of them have left a comment, nice or otherwise, just saying. Can you believe that? You know when you see these YouTube videos, they've been up 5 minutes and they've got 500 comments. Somebody must be very busy on a keyboard there. Anyway, it's there in all its glory, so feel free to watch it. And of course, we love you guys. If you love us, could you give us a like? It really makes a difference. And in terms of keeping in touch, we have 2 ways of keeping in touch. Actually, we've got 3. But the elainegiles.com/VIP is where you hear all about everything from me, including things like live streams, which we have 2 coming up. The other one is macbites.co.uk/macbitesmail, and that is all the fun and frolics from MacBites, including the podcast episodes. I think one of the best ways, though, is Slack, because we have an absolute ball in Slack. All you need to do, completely free to join, all you need to do is go to macbites.co.uk/Slack. Or use the QR code, because it's where we carry on the conversation. And we it is so much fun talking to you all in there. Best thing we ever did, that.
It is.
We set it up Christmas Eve, didn't we? In one of our major shows, Christmas Eve. But I think we've just gone past that tonight, though never mind. And there we go. But of course, there's something important I need to do, isn't there? Mike's forgotten that as well.
No, haven't.
Oh, Jonathan!
The scoreboard.
The scoreboard. Jonathan, the scoreboard.
I think you should get 2 points.
Why?
Because he went to bed before I started as well.
Yeah, that's going to bed before half time, isn't it? That is tantamount. That's far too early, that, Jonathan. But then he had a busy week, hadn't he? Right, let's get to the scoreboard. The scoreboard is over here. So I
think
have
Neil's
to do...
gone as well, hasn't he?
He was going for a car, though, so that's acceptable,
that's
isn't it? He's just going for a nod. No, that's not acceptable, Jonathan. Go and buy another car and we'll let you off. Right, that's what we are at the moment. Let's change that. Oh, Jonathan. Do you know he was 3 ahead at one point? Which means he's lost how many on the bounce? 8. Jonathan. He'll catch us up at Christmas or something, I reckon, don't you? You never know. You never know. Anyway, it's all good fun. There's going to be extra points involved, isn't there? When we come to after another 3 shows. 132, 133 and 134. So we need to get... Is it 134 we need to get to? Was that the 7th? No, it's the 9th show, wasn't it?
I can't remember. Yeah.
I reckon by 134 we're done. And Kim will keep a close eye on us because obviously she's umpiring. Making sure that there's no fouls. Did you find the web... right, hang on, let me catch up. Magic folder. Doesn't appear in Dropshelf. No, Dropshelf isn't on iOS. Did I find the web DOB address in the pCloud help? No. It wasn't much help at all, Paul. I I found it somewhere. Someone had done a thing about it, but it was an old article, and somebody said this is the URL you need, and then somebody else said that doesn't work. So I just tried it, and it did. So it's webdev.pcloud.com, and it does work. Maybe they were putting the wrong credentials in. Glad you enjoyed it, Peter. Thank you for your kind words. I'm glad you've enjoyed it, Kim. And another enjoyable show for Paul as well. You need to relax while you can, Paul, with the big move coming up. But just think about that glorious office you're going to have. That's what I'm going to have to think about during our laughable holiday, as I think about maybe cleaning and painting. Yeah, you know what's going to happen, don't you? You're just going to end up sat in here geeking. Glad you all enjoyed it. Excellent, excellent. So, any last questions before we head off and have something to eat? It's going to involve ice cream, isn't it, Mike? Despite the fact it's 25 to 2. We can lie in tomorrow, is what I said, can't we? Do you know what would be a really good idea? And I'm going to set you all an incredibly good example while you're looking at the scoreboard. I'm in 1Password and I'm adding an extra bit to it. And I'm actually putting in there. So let me get my, where have we gone? pCloud. There we go. I'm actually putting the webdev address in 1Password. I know it's unheard of, this, isn't it? Totally unheard of. Can I actually call it webdev? Oh, I can. Excellent. Right, it's all in there now. You know what'll happen next time I'm looking for it, don't you? I'll totally forget that I put it in 1Password. Honestly, this is what happens. I swear it does. Right, let's get back up there. Let's get the contact details back up, lest Jonathan get upset at his scoreboard being displayed that long. As I say, we will be back next week, though. So if you've got a suggestion for anything you want to see next week, we've got slots, haven't we, Mike?
We have.
Do we have particular slots on Excel?
No idea.
Mike has no idea what he's doing. So this is your moment. This is your moment to be able to get him to do anything that you want at all.
I should really have split tonight into 2.
What, so you could take the dog out? What's she like? Right.
No, because that will give me something to do next week.
Right, I've got that Kim would like an explanation of the black hole and how it works. So there's one. I'm adding that to the DEVONthink thing. So was there anything else that was mentioned tonight? Did you, when I said add that, did you add it?
Yeah.
Are you going to remind me what it was?
Yeah.
Good.
It was creating a coffee table book of the cover art.
Oh yes, a coffee table book, that's what we need.
It's in Notion as an action item. Against your name.
Can you imagine if we did? Oh, Jonathan, that's a good idea, actually. We were intending, and we are doing it bit by bit, but obviously creating new content is more important than going back. But we're going to put a show art thing on every show. We've got odd shows back beyond 70 odd, I think. Because they didn't used to have show art. How the show art started was we didn't even have an email list at the beginning, did we?
No.
But when we got the email list, you're sending an email out, you want it to have some kind of visual with it. So I started just putting together random artwork. It wasn't even a specific size. I remember one was a broom. I can't even remember what for. They weren't living over the broom. It wasn't jumping the broom. I have no idea, but it was... Was it? Oh, I know what it was. It was that... Do you remember the Hoover thing where the European Union decided that a Hoover could only be like powered by a 9-volt battery? Yeah. These Hoovers were out and they were like, let's say they were like 3,500 watt on a Hoover. Oh, you can't do that. You've got to have it at like 1 watt.
We're not in the EU anymore.
We're not in the EU anymore.
It doesn't count for us.
But I have no... It was all to do with saving the planet. The fact that logically, if a vacuum cleaner can only scoop up half the stuff, it's going to take you twice as long to vac. I've no idea. But that was what they did. So we had this artwork for the show of a broom. And I think we took a break probably... no, it couldn't have been. It must have been before that. At some point, anyway, we decided to standardise the email and make sure that the graphic artwork was all the same size. At which point I said, why don't we just make it like show art? And I actually remember going back, and it was around the time of the Trolley Dolly from Hell, which was 106. And that one had some artwork and I redid it to fit into the right size. And every time we've done it after that, we've then got the artwork. But it does mean when you're like trying to get a show out the door, you need the artwork before the show can go. And sometimes the show's ready and it's like, what are we going to do about the artwork? But sometimes, I will say up to now, to be honest, every show it's like, I know exactly what the artwork's going to be. Or I know exactly, like this week, it was, I said to Mike was at the stage of let's drop the dead donkey. So if there were some stories that were like, no, we thought they were all right at the beginning of the week, but no, other stuff's happened and now that's more important. And one of these stories was the Microsoft Surface Duo. So we kicked about an idea of like talking about it. And then Mike said, do you know what? It's a Windows thing. Let's dump it. And the second he said that, you know, like you go into defensive mode. Oh, but that's a good story. And I went, no, that's got to be in it. Full stop. Don't argue. And he went, oh, okay then. Why? I said, it all will be revealed. And the second he'd said dump it, I just got this idea in my head for the series sketch at the end. So I said, it's got to be done. And he said, oh, it'll be the series sketch. But you didn't twig what they would be up to, did you?
No.
So usually there is a story that like comes to you. I mean, when we started the show, there was no... I described that store as like, it looked like a mushroom, and that's where the mushrooms came from. The staircase thing, unbelievable. So that was in my mind. And then there was the scanner, the revival of the scanner. So that's where the title and the artwork came from. It's been so far so good, hasn't it? We've never reached a point where you're at the end of the show and you're thinking, no, there's nothing to put on there. But, you know, there is a jeopardy element that every week it could happen. You know, the next time could be the one. You've got no clue what to put on the artwork. But we'll see. We'll see how that goes. Oh, and there was drawing the bus, wasn't there? Trying to visualise as you're drawing. I'll put it down and add it anyway. I'll put bus. Drawing. I better put drawing, because if I don't, I'll be thinking, what did I write bus for? Age is a terrible thing, isn't it, Mike? I literally sometimes can't remember things 2 minutes together. Anyway, we're going to head off and let the rest of you have the rest of the day to yourselves while we contemplate tomorrow. Music day! I've got music specials to get ready as well. So that's what I'll be doing as I carry on. But for now, that's it. So good night from me.
And good night from me.
We'll both see you next time. In the meanwhile, stay safe, guys.